Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Ragged Knight. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
Dawn came to Gaul beneath a sky the colour of old iron, and Albigensia waited behind its walls for men who had already been forgiven for what they intended to do. There were no orbital augurs to mark the enemy's strength, no voxcasters murmuring across encrypted channels, no engines of adamantium growling beneath armoured hulls. This was Terra before Terra had become holy, before the Emperor had bound humanity beneath a single banner, before mankind had scattered among the stars and forgotten more sciences than these people possessed words to name. The Steel Era had left much of old Earth divided between petty dominions, priest-kings, warlords, and the armed aristocracies that served them. Gaul was one such wounded land. Albigensia stood within it upon a ridge of black stone, a squat city behind lime-washed walls reinforced with timber and earth, its towers crowned by men carrying bows, slings, spears, and whatever scraps of iron could be made into weapons. Outside those walls spread Lord Innocent's crusading host in a crescent of mud, hide tents, cook fires, horse lines, siege yards, and open latrine trenches. Priests moved among mailed knights beneath ragged standards. Infantry warmed cracked hands around smoking braziers. Starving camp followers fought over gristle near the baggage carts. Beyond them, carpenters laboured at torsion engines while miners crawled into timber-braced tunnels beneath the northern curtain wall. Nothing about the host resembled the wars that would one day drown the galaxy. Everything about it was already capable of atrocity. The condemnation of the Carther had been proclaimed before the army marched. The words differed depending on which priest repeated them, but the substance did not. Albigensia had turned from the true path. Albigensia had sheltered blasphemers. Albigensia had denied the authority of Lord Innocent, and therefore the authority of whatever God Lord Innocent claimed had sanctioned his rule. Men who had never met a Carther had learned to hate them during sermons delivered beside roadside shrines. Men who once broke up drunken beatings in village lanes and hanged brigands for robbing peasants now listened while robed confessors promised that no act committed within Albigensia's walls would stain the soul. One knight, broad across the shoulders and grey in his beard, sat astride a barded warhorse while a priest pressed two fingers against his brow. The knight had spent most of his life settling disputes between tenant farmers, escorting pilgrims through bandit country, and dispensing the hard, imperfect justice expected of an armed lord. When the priest told him, "What waits beyond those stones is no longer innocent flesh. The stain upon them is greater than any sin your hand may commit," the knight bowed his head and answered, "Then my hand is the Lord's." He sounded relieved. Nearby, a young spearman heard the same absolution and wept quietly, not from shame, but gratitude. He had been afraid of what the coming assault might require. Now a holy man had explained that fear itself was weakness. The first stones were loosed before the sun cleared the haze. Great wooden throwing arms snapped forward with the groan of tortured timber, hurling blocks of quarried rock across the killing ground. The missiles struck Albigensia's parapets with concussions that could be felt through the wet earth. One smashed against the battlement below a knot of defenders and reduced 3 men to red wreckage beneath fractured masonry. Another passed over the wall and vanished into the city, followed seconds later by the splintering collapse of a roof. Defenders answered with arrows and fist-sized stones. Shafts fell among the labour crews. One carpenter was struck through the mouth and fell backwards, choking around the arrowhead protruding beneath his skull. Men dragged him away without stopping work. Lord Innocent's archers advanced behind wicker shields and filled the air with black arcs of fletching, forcing the Carther from exposed sections of wall, while the stone throwers continued their methodical work. Beneath all of it, invisible to the defenders, miners sweated underground by smoky lamps. They hacked at the soil, shored the excavation with stolen beams, and listened to the dull impacts overhead. When they reached the foundations, they packed the chamber with dry wood, animal fat, and pitch. Then they withdrew and set it alight. The northern wall did not collapse nobly. It sagged, stones shifted, mortar split in pale veins. Men shouted warnings too late, and an entire section of fortification seemed to inhale before folding into itself. Defenders vanished beneath tons of masonry. Those standing nearest the break were hurled outward in a cloud of grit and powdered lime. One landed alive among the rubble, with both legs trapped beneath a block, screaming until a second fall of stone crushed his head into the mud. The Crusaders surged forward before the dust settled. Infantry stumbled through sucking earth, carrying ladders that were no longer needed. Horses screamed as they were forced across ground, seeded with sharpened stakes. Arrows punched through cloth and leather. Men fell into churned ditches and drowned face down because the weight of the soldiers behind them prevented anyone from stopping to pull them free. A knight lost his horse beneath him when a stake entered through its breast. The animal collapsed screaming, rolled across his arm and snapped the bones beneath mail. Men stepped over him as he begged for help. The breach narrowed beneath bodies almost immediately. Shields cracked against shields. Spears thrust blindly into dust. Axes rose and fell. Men killed at distances close enough to smell one another's breath, and there was nothing heroic in any part of it. The mailed knight who had accepted the priest's blessing entered Albigensia through the breach, with blood drying along one cheek. His sword had already killed 2 defenders outside the wall. The first man he encountered within was not armed. He was old, barefoot, and dressed in a flour-stained apron, standing before the broken doorway of what had been a bakery. For an instant, both men stared at one another. The knight had expected hidden warriors, barricades, some nest of fanatics waiting to sell their lives. The old man merely lifted trembling hands. "My lord," he said. The title was instinctive. That was the first betrayal. The people of Albigensia knew what a knight was supposed to be. They knew the armor, the horse, the sword, the oath. Such men were meant to stand between common flesh and the violence of the world. "My lord, there are no soldiers here." The knight looked at the man's hands, saw flour beneath the fingernails, and understood that he was telling the truth. Behind him, the breach vomited more crusaders into the street. Someone shouted, "Clear the houses!" Another voice called, "No quarter for Carther." The knight remembered the priest's fingers against his brow. He remembered being told there could be no innocence behind these walls. His sword entered beneath the old man's ribs and punched out through his back. The victim made a small, surprised sound, less a scream than the breath of someone discovering that the world had changed its laws without warning. The knight pulled his blade free and stepped over him. Something immeasurably distant noticed the difference between killing an enemy and murdering a man who had called his murderer lord. The breach widened into a flood. Warriors entered courtyards, workshops, homes and shrines. Some found defenders and fought them. More often they found people who had no weapons worth naming. Doors were kicked inward. Storage chests were smashed apart. Food was seized. Wine was taken before the fighting had even ended. One band of infantry discovered several Cartha hiding in a cellar and dragged them into the street because their captain did not want to risk entering the confined darkness. A priest following the soldiers demanded that the prisoners renounce their error. They did. Every one of them. They repeated the words he gave them with desperate precision. The priest listened, then told the soldiers that fear had made their conversion false. Spears went into bellies and throats. One prisoner crawled several paces after being opened from hip to sternum, dragging loops of intestine through the dirt before a soldier stamped on the back of his neck. Another had his jaw torn away by a downward axe blow and remained alive long enough to drown in his own blood. A young crusader vomited after killing his first unarmed man. His sergeant seized him by the mail collar and shoved him toward the next doorway. "You were absolved before the wall fell," he snarled. "Do not insult the mercy given you." The youth wiped his mouth and went inside. Fires began by command and spread by appetite. Pitch-soaked bundles were thrown through shutters. Torches touched thatch. Workshops filled with dry timber became furnaces. Smoke rolled between the houses in thick layers, transforming narrow streets into blind tunnels where crusaders hacked at shapes before deciding whether they were threatening. Roof beams collapsed in showers of sparks. Burning people stumbled from buildings and were cut down because no one wished to touch them. A well became choked with bodies after terrified citizens tried to hide in the stone enclosure around it, and soldiers drove them inward at spear point. Someone dropped a torch after them. It went out in the blood at the bottom. Elsewhere, a house crowded with an entire extended family burned with its doors barred from outside. Their fists hammered against the timber while the men who had set the fire stood listening. One soldier began to turn away. His companion caught his arm. "Hear it," the other man said, smiling through soot. "That is what forgiveness sounds like." When the roof fell, it punched sparks high enough to scatter across neighboring buildings. The dead included men who had fought, men who had surrendered, women caught beneath falling roofs, infants killed by smoke, and children who had learned too late that kneeling did not transform a sword into mercy. Yet the horror that entered the sea of souls was not measured merely by the number of bodies. Death was ancient. Pain was ancient. Mankind had fed both into the warp since the first frightened ancestor raised a stone against another beneath Terra's forgotten sun. Albigensia offered something more precise. Its people had believed in the symbols carried by their killers. They had once watched mailed riders enter villages and expected disputes to end. They had once stood aside on roads for men whose swords were supposedly bound by duty. They had bowed to the same emblems now darkened by soot above the massacre. When the Crusaders came through the breach, many victims did not initially flee because they could not understand what they were seeing. The armored protector had become executioner, and the institution that promised justice had declared murder sacred. Every realization entered the warp as sharply as a blade. The old baker's last confusion became a pulse without form. The prisoners murdered after renouncing their faith became another. The family behind the barred door died together, their terror blending as flames stripped skin from flesh and smoke filled their lungs. Something flickered in the immaterium and vanished. A father killed while begging a knight to spare his household produced another brief coagulation of rage and despair. A soldier laughing as he drove steel into an unarmed victim fed it. A priest declaring the scream's proof of divine favor fed it again. None of the humans perceived what accumulated beyond the membrane of reality. They saw only smoke. They heard only bells. collapsing houses, and the wet chopping of iron through flesh. But their reflections within the sea of souls were becoming connected. Hatred found hatred. Fear ran into rage. Betrayal gave the whole gathering shape. By afternoon, Albagenzia had ceased to be a battle. Lord Innocent's banners flew over the breach, while his men killed in streets where organized resistance had already ended. The grey-bearded knight found himself before a small shrine blackened by smoke. Several citizens knelt around it. None carried weapons. One raised his face and recognized the device painted upon the knight's shield. "You swore," he said. The knight did not know what oath the man meant. Perhaps there had once been an agreement between Albagenzia and one of the crusading houses. Perhaps the words referred only to the general promises by which rulers justified possessing swords. It made no difference. "You swore to defend us." The knight felt something inside himself recoil. He could have walked away. The war was won. No commander stood behind him. No priest watched. His next act belonged entirely to him. He raised the sword anyway. "You are condemned." The kneeling man stared at him, and in that instant the knight saw not hatred, but incomprehension. Then the blade fell. In the warp, something opened its mouth. Its flesh formed first as the memory of burning meat, black as charcoal where the surface crusted, and wet crimson where fissures split the darkness beneath. Muscle accumulated around a skeleton that had never lived. Horns curved from a skull, shaped by 10,000 moments of terror. Armor appeared upon it as the psychic echo of Albagensia's destroyers. Not the armor of any future legion, not ceramite, not powered plate, but the warped likeness of primitive mail, and plate magnified into monstrous proportions, burned black as if dragged from a furnace and hammered upon an anvil made of screaming souls. Torn heraldic shapes hung from it like flayed banners. Last came the sword. It was too large for any mortal hand, a brutal length of dark metal carrying marks that had no equivalent in any tongue then spoken upon Terra. The symbols were older than the language of the Crusaders and younger than murder. They meant blood. They meant offering. They meant the simple arithmetic by which violence became worship. The creature inhaled. Albagensia screamed again. Its first breath contained the last exhalations of thousands. Burning lungs, cut throats, crushed chests. The tiny wet gasp of a man looking down at a sword emerging from his body. The demon knew none of their names. It did not need them. Names were fragile things. It knew the sword before it knew itself. It knew the weight of betrayal. It knew the delight hiding inside men who had been told cruelty carried no consequence. It knew the lie of righteousness and the honesty of blood spilling from an opened artery. Fire kindled inside its eyes. The psychic after-image of mailed knights bowed around it, not as masters, but as ingredients. They had created it accidentally, their oaths and their violations beaten together with the deaths of the Cartha, until something enduring had emerged. Night descended over the material city, while Albagensia burned itself hollow. Crusaders drank among the dead. Priests blessed piles of corpses. Lord Innocent standards moved through streets carpeted in shattered furniture, severed limbs, dead animals, and human remains burned until no face could be distinguished from another. The victors believed the matter finished. In centuries to come, their names would rot. Records would fragment. Gaul would change masters, languages, and borders. The Steel Era itself would become archaeology, then uncertainty, then almost nothing. Albigensia would be forgotten by nearly every living mind. The warp forgot nothing. Time broke around the newborn thing. It saw the city burning and saw it already reduced to dust. It saw Terra beneath skies crowded with machines beyond the imagining of Lord Innocent. It saw giants in armor marching beneath banners covered in skulls and wings. It saw soldiers carrying weapons that spat explosive death faster than Albigensia's archers could loose arrows. It saw continents burning beneath engines tall enough to challenge mountains. It saw armored warriors tearing one another apart beneath alien suns. It saw starships longer than cities dying in silent void, their hulls vomiting atmosphere and burning men into darkness. It saw worlds cracked, populations rendered into mountains of corpses, oceans darkened by blood, and battlefields so immense that the massacre which birthed it became less than a droplet thrown into a sea. None of it frightened the thing. Across impossible distance, beyond chronology, beyond mortal direction, it felt a presence whose regard was war itself. Brass, fire, skulls beyond counting, rage without apology, blood accepted without distinction between the deserving and undeserving, the mighty and the weak, the faithful and the faithless. The newborn demon understood that gravity before it understood thought. Something within it answered. Albigensia had created the shape. Betrayal had given it memory. Slaughter had given it life. But the promise waiting beyond the veil gave that life purpose. The ragged night opened its burning eyes, and as old Earth smouldered beneath the filthy darkness of the Steel Era, something born from humanity's broken oath began to laugh at all the wars yet to come. Albigensia did not end when the flames consumed its roofs. It did not end when the last screams faded beneath the crackle of timber and the prayers of men congratulating themselves upon a righteous victory. In the Immaterium, endings were concessions made to creatures that required clocks and horizons. The city remained. Its walls stretched across an impossible distance beneath a sky the colour of arterial blood. Towers rose where no towers had stood, each one built from remembered fear rather than stone, and every road led back toward the same burning square no matter which direction it travelled. The ragged knight walked there and understood none of this as contradiction. Albigensia had happened. Albigensia was happening. Albigensia would happen whenever the demon remembered the terror that had given it shape. Each breath it drew renewed the massacre within its lungs. Old men begged for protection. Children shrieked beneath collapsing roofs. Men with holy symbols on their shields opened bellies with iron and called the act absolution. The screams entered the ragged night as air and left as heat. They boiled from the fissures in its flesh and breathed fire through the grill of a face that had never been born. Around it, the sea of souls recoiled and surged, unable to decide whether the newborn thing was predator, prey, or merely another wound in reality. The night had no need to decide. Its sword was already in its hand. The first creatures came without challenge. They were scraps of appetite that had learned to move, pale things with too many limbs, mouths opening in places where eyes should have been, their bodies changing between one heartbeat and the next. They smelled the new demon's instability. They sensed that its form had not yet hardened around identity, that the psychic flesh beneath its black armor remained soft with fresh creation, and they descended in a swarm to tear portions of it away. The ragged knight did not retreat. The concept had not yet entered it. One creature leapt for its throat and was cut in half so quickly that the two pieces continued clawing at the air before they understood they were separate. Another struck from behind, driving hooked limbs between armor plates and ripping loose a slab of burning meat. The knight turned, caught it by the head, and crushed the skull shape until its essence burst through its fingers like black steam. 3 more came low. The sword rose, descended, and drew a line of ruin through them. Every kill gave the demon greater clarity. It learned reach. It learned leverage. It learned the difference between prey that fled and prey that fought. Most importantly, it learned rank. Things existed above other things because they could break them. Strength was not a quality. Strength was judgment rendered through violence. The ragged knight killed until the lesser predators no longer approached, then followed those that fled. The chase carried it across landscapes that were not landscapes. A field of mud became a plain of brass beneath one stride. A forest of hanging corpses became a valley of skulls beneath the next. 8 towers appeared in the distance and vanished when the knight looked directly toward them. 8 shadows followed its own beneath a sky containing no sun. 8 times it heard a distant impact, like a hammer striking an anvil vast enough to shape worlds. The pattern required no explanation. It existed with the certainty of gravity. Rage pulled in one direction. Slaughter deepened it. Martial triumph gave it weight. Somewhere beyond sight, beyond distance, beyond the limitations of language, there was a throne that was less a seat than an absolute principle. Blood offered without apology. Skulls taken without excuse. War stripped of every lie mortals invented to make killing seem noble. The ragged knight felt that presence as a command that had never been spoken. It did not kneel. It did not need to. Allegiance entered its being the same way the sword had entered its hand. Khorne required no sermon. Khorne required proof. The ragged knight looked down at itself and understood another fragment of its existence. Its armor mocked the men who had created it. The blackened plates resembled the ceremonial protection of Albigensia's killers, but enlarged into grotesque proportions and fused directly into demon flesh. There were no buckles beneath which mortal hands could slip, no straps to sever, no body beneath armor in the human sense. Iron and meat were one profanity. Scorched remnants of heraldry hung from the shoulders in ragged strips. Their colors burned away until only the memory of banners remained. The knight's horns rose like the crests of ancient warlords, exaggerated beyond sanity. Yet the sword mattered most. It was no axe, despite the forms taken by countless other servants of the blood god. It was the shape Albigensia remembered, the weapon of oath-bound men who had transformed judgment into butchery. The blade was broad enough to sever a horse and rider together, its dark length inscribed with marks that hurt. The mind, if understood too closely. Every stroke carried the ghost of primitive iron falling upon undefended flesh. In this, the knight was not merely a demon of bloodshed. It was betrayal given a warrior's body. The stronger predators came next. One had the shape of a flensed hound the size of a siege beast, its exposed muscles contracting beneath sheets of warp fire. Another crawled on 6 bladed limbs and possessed a torso assembled from screaming faces, each mouth biting at the others whenever no enemy stood nearby. They attacked together, and for the first time, the ragged knight learned pain. The hound struck its chest hard enough to drive it backwards and tore away black armor with its jaws. The many-faced thing opened the knight's thigh from hip to knee. Burning blood struck the brass earth and boiled instantly, each drop producing a brief scream before evaporating. Smoke poured from exposed muscle. The knight felt every wound. Pain entered it cleanly, without mortal panic attached. There was no instinct telling it that injury meant weakness or that damage promised death. Pain was information. The hound's jaws could penetrate armor. The bladed creature moved faster from the right. The knight adjusted. It allowed the hound to bite again, locked one arm around its neck, then drove the sword through both attacker and its own shoulder to pin the creature in place. The wound filled its vision with white rage. The knight tore the blade free and hacked until the hound ceased possessing a shape. The second predator tried to escape. It managed 3 strides before the sword removed 4 of its limbs. The ragged knight did not kill it immediately. That realization entered slowly and changed the creature more profoundly than any wound. The prey dragged itself across the ground, shrieking through its congregation of mouths. The knight followed. It could have ended the thing with one stroke. Instead, it watched the creature understand helplessness. It watched each face upon its torso turn backward in terror. The demon planted one cloven hoof upon the thing's spine and increased the pressure until something inside cracked. The predator spasmed. The knight lowered the sword point against its back, but did not drive it through. Not yet. Its burning eyes watched the creature crawl without moving. It understood humiliation then. Violence continued after victory, not because victory required it, but because dominance became purer when the defeated knew they were defeated. The prey screamed promises, threats, and meaningless fragments of stolen mortal language. The ragged knight listened until the sounds became repetition. Then it leaned its weight onto the sword. The blade entered slowly. It passed through the creature, through the brass beneath it, and into whatever concept served as ground. The thing came apart around the weapon. The knight's laughter shook the horizon. Cruelty had become deliberate. Time continued to refuse sequence. Wars upon Terra reached the demon as pulses across the Sea of Souls, each one briefly stronger than the memory of Albigensia before fading into the next. Kingdoms emerged beneath banners their founders believed eternal. They burned. Cities became capitals. Capitals became ruins. Men built machines that killed at distances Albigensia's archers could not have imagined, then built larger machines to survive the first machines, then larger weapons to destroy those. The ragged knight knew none of their calendars. Years meant nothing. Dynasties were measured in the flavor of their massacres. Some wars carried disciplined hatred, some desperation, some starvation, some ambition dressed in sacred language. The daemon learned mankind without loving it. Human beings multiplied their weapons but not their reasons. They still killed for gods, borders, resources, rulers, vengeance and fear. They still called slaughter necessity when they wished to sleep afterward. The ragged knight tasted every age as weather. Then Terra changed. The psychic pressure of one human will begin to gather across the species with such force that even demons unable to name it felt the alteration. Armies marched beneath a new standard. Primitive states disappeared beneath conquest. Warriors, unlike any Albigensian knight, strode the battlefield in powered plate. Gene-forged bodies carrying weapons that transformed flesh into exploding ruin. Thunder warriors came and vanished. Legiones Astartes followed. The ragged knight sensed their wars first as distant impacts, then as a continuous storm as mankind reached outward from Terra. Thousands of worlds became battlefields. Compliance followed compliance. Alien civilizations died beneath bolter fire, orbital bombardment, and armored assault. The Great Crusade crossed the stars like a blade being drawn across the throat of the galaxy. The knight had no love for the expanding Imperium, no hatred of it in any political sense. It understood only the magnificent scale of the killing. The species that had once needed ladders to cross Albigensia's walls could now burn continents from orbit. The greater rupture followed like an artery opening. Brother turned upon brother. Legion struck legion. The sons of a human warlord god raised weapons against the empire they had created. The sea of souls convulsed beneath betrayal vast enough to dwarf the treachery that had birthed the ragged night. Istvan burned. Worlds that had welcomed armies beneath banners of unity saw those banners become execution warrants. Warriors who had called one another brother spent their final breaths cursing familiar faces. Primarchs met in wars that shook the immaterium. Whole legions became instruments of vengeance. The ragged night roared as the psychic tide strengthened around it. Terra burned again, not beneath flaming thatch and stone shot, but beneath mass-reactive shells, plasma, artillery, engines of godlike scale and bombardments that made the weapons of Lord Innocent seem less than children's toys. The demons saw none of these events as a mortal historian would see them. They arrived out of order, layered across one another, emotional detonations without chronology. Yet one truth remained clear. Albigensia had been a seed. Humanity had learned to make betrayal planetary. The ragged night tried more than once to follow the storms toward reality. It struck at the membrane separating worlds whenever slaughter thinned it. Sometimes clawed hands reached through. Sometimes a horned shadow appeared in the dreams of dying soldiers. Sometimes nothing happened at all. The material realm was not simply another territory to enter by strength. It demanded weakness in reality, ritual, blood, psychic rupture, invitation, or accident. In the warp, the night could be torn and reform around its own rage. In reality, manifestation would carry consequence. Flesh would become more stable, and therefore more vulnerable. Weapons could matter. Sorcery could bind. Banishment could return it to the Sea of Souls, regardless of whether it considered the battle finished. The demon understood these truths without fear. Limitation did not discourage it. Limitation made real space desirable. Victory without resistance was merely consumption. Victory where death could be approached, if never embraced as mortals embraced it, was domination. The Great Rebellion failed. The War Master died. The armies that had followed him did not vanish. They fled. The Eye of Terror swallowed fleets, legionaries, slaves, armories, hatred, and the remains of dreams too vast to survive defeat. The ragged night felt them arrive as predators entering a hunting ground already filled with predators. Time inside the Eye broke more completely than elsewhere. Warbands fought across worlds whose skies changed colour according to the emotions of those beneath them. Fortress cities rose from demon stone. Manufactoria devoured slaves and produced ammunition for masters who might lose the forge before the next shipment was complete. Legion heraldry remained visible beneath mutation, repair, scavenging, and disgrace. Sons of Horus fragments guarded their pride as though pride alone could resurrect their dead father. World eaters sought battle because stillness made the nails bite harder than war. Emperor's children carried perfection into forms so corrupted that perfection itself had become another cruelty. Wars erupted over ships, slaves, gene seed, ammunition, territory, vengeance, and insults remembered for centuries. This was a civilization only in the loosest possible sense. Oaths lasted until advantage shifted. Alliances survived exactly as long as both sides believed betrayal inconvenient. Legionaries who had once conquered worlds as brothers now raided one another's arsenals, and stripped the dead for armor components. Mortal populations multiplied beneath tyrants who considered them fuel. Entire slave cities were exchanged between warlords, then exterminated when transport became inconvenient. Titans marched beneath demonic skies. Warships dueled above worlds where geography changed, while armies advanced across it. The Ragged Knight wandered the immaterium beside this growing storm and found its own nature reflected everywhere. Here were protectors become predators, brothers become executioners, warriors invoking ideals they had already betrayed. Here was Albigensia, magnified until it filled systems. The Knight grew stronger in conflict. Lesser entities learned to avoid the pressure of its approach. Those that did not became instruction. One predator with the shape of a crowned warrior challenged it before 8 pillars of black iron. The creature carried a hooked spear and wore the trophies of countless defeated demons upon chains. It spoke of rank, dominion, and ancient victories. The Ragged Knight listened until the boasting ended. Then they fought. The spear opened its abdomen and released burning coils of intestine across the ground. The knight seized the exposed organs in one hand, shoved them back into itself, and continued advancing. Its sword broke the spear shaft. The crowned thing attempted to retreat. The knight shattered both knees, tore the crown from its head, and forced it to crawl between the 8 pillars while lesser warp things watched. Only when the creature had crossed the full distance did the knight place one hoof between its shoulders. "Rise!" the defeated predator hissed, trying to transform pleading into command. The Ragged Knight leaned closer. Its breath carried Albigensia's screams. "You are beneath me." The sword descended. The words remained. They were among the first it chose deliberately. Language offered another weapon when used sparingly. Then a different call entered the Sea of Souls. It was not the diffuse thunder of war spread across 1,000 worlds. It was concentrated, immediate. Nearby, if such a word retained meaning in the immaterium, billions of mortal minds were locked in fear, hatred, obedience and pain around one conflict. Thousands of transhuman warriors burned among them like hot iron. Artillery detonations arrived through the warp as dull psychic impacts. Armored assaults produced tides of aggression. Slaves died beneath masters who regarded casualty tallies as arithmetic. Legionaries fought legionaries while void ships exchanged fire above them. The conflict possessed structure, ambition, and betrayal. It smelled of ammunition smoke, despite there being no smoke in the warp. It tasted of iron, despite there being no blood upon the knight's tongue. Quarterax. The name reached it through the dying. The Ragged Knight stopped. Around it, the impossible horizon changed. Brass plains folded inward. Mountains of skulls became walls of burning manufactoria. The blood-red sky cracked along lines that did not exist a moment before, and through those cracks came glimpses of trenches, armor, collapsing hab blocks, mortal soldiers trampled beneath retreating formations, legionaries advancing through explosions as though artillery were rain. The demon felt the world through every death occurring upon it. Rage pulled harder. Fear opened paths. The pressure of mass slaughter thinned the membrane separating matter from the Sea of Souls until reality resembled flesh stretched too tightly over bone. The Ragged Knight raised its sword. Albigensia screamed inside its chest. Far away and impossibly close, Quarterax screamed louder. The demon's burning eyes widened. It stepped toward the wound between worlds, and something immense began pushing against reality. Quarterax had never possessed anything so merciful as a natural horizon. Continents ended in manufacturum walls, and manufacturum walls vanished beneath skies the colour of infected bruises, where the immaterium pressed close enough to stain reality. Forge belts stretched for thousands of kilometres, their foundries linked by iron transit arteries that crossed ash wastes, slag oceans, and open mines so deep that the lowest excavations descended beyond sane geology. Some pits exposed strata of screaming stone. Others opened upon caverns where gravity reversed without warning, and chained labourers spent their lives hauling ore upward toward a sky beneath their feet. Around these wounds sprawled slave cities built from habstacks, punishment yards, barrack blocks, and corpse processing halls, each settlement large enough to swallow the capitals of forgotten imperial worlds. Billions lived upon quarteracks, although lived was a charitable verb. They mined, forged, carried, fought, and died, according to the needs of masters who measured populations in ammunition quotas. Armed thralls marched beside chemically mutilated cult soldiers. Mutants hauled artillery shells through waist-deep ash. Labour battalions crossed battle zones beneath shock collars because the front had moved across their assigned work routes and no overseer had amended the schedule. Above all of them stood only a few thousand legionaries, warriors so rare that armies containing millions could fight for days without seeing one. Yet when an Astartes formation entered a battle, the maps changed around it. The principal forge belt belonged to Sardar Vael Athrion of the Emperor's Children. He held it not through numbers, but through organisation sharpened into cruelty. His headquarters occupied the upper galleries of Manufactorum Secundus, where stained adamantium windows overlooked furnace valleys and artillery lines arranged with almost devotional symmetry. Athrion still carried the old discipline of the Third Legion, beneath every corruption that had accumulated since Terra. His armour had once been purple and gold. It remained recognisably so beneath lacquered repairs, flayed trophies and sensory modifications, feeding battlefield noise directly into his nervous system. He did not waste time howling about perfection. He practiced it. Kill zones were measured to the pace. Reserve formations were placed where they could reach 3 threatened sectors without crossing one another. Artillery batteries were registered days before enemies entered range. Mortal units were rotated according to ammunition consumption rather than fatigue, because Athrion considered exhaustion relevant only when it altered performance. When one of his human adjutants reported that the Western slave levies had lost more than 200,000 men holding the furnace causeways, Athrion studied the hololithic projection and asked, "Did the sons of Horus expend armour?" The officer swallowed. 3 companies of heavy vehicles confirmed destroyed, Lord. Athrion nodded. Then the exchange was favourable. Replace the levies before dusk. His defensive lines reflected the same philosophy. Mortal formations occupied the first trench systems with autoguns, las rifles, recoil cannons, and mines scavenged from forgotten arsenals. Behind them waited heavier positions built around heavy bolters, autocannons, and lascannon nests. Predators crouched beneath reinforced overhangs until advancing armour entered crossfire. Sonic weapons were concentrated, where terrain compressed attackers into channels narrow enough for destructive resonance to become murder. Noise Marines did not scatter themselves across the front to indulge impulse. Athrion placed them as another weapon system, one whose effects could shatter organs behind armour and turn massed infantry into convulsing heaps without breaching every breastplate. His pleasure lay in control as much as sensation. A bridge destroyed at the correct second pleased him. An enemy advance collapsing precisely where he predicted pleased him more. The millions of slaves fed into those calculations possess no greater moral significance than Prometheum. To Athreon, the crude commanders who squandered warriors without gaining advantage were offensive not because they killed, but because they killed badly. Centurion Carrick Scorn considered such refinement symptomatic of a diseased mind. His World Eaters had entered the campaign from the south after learning that Cortorax held armories capable of supplying them for decades and enemies capable of making acquisition entertaining. Their plate displayed none of the Emperor's children obsession with appearance. Every warrior seemed assembled from the remains of several wars. White and blue survived in protected seams beneath later layers of dried blood, blackening crude brass icons and armor plates taken from the dead. Chain axes hung from mag clamps. Chain blades and power weapons were worn beside scavenged bolters, because only fools believed allegiance to Khorne meant refusing useful firearms. Carrick himself carried a heavy chain axe with teeth large enough to chew through ceramite and a battered bolt pistol whose casing bore impact scars from weapons older than many imperial bloodlines. The butcher's nails lived behind his eyes as constant pressure. Stillness made his jaw flex. Delayed violence tightened the tendons in his neck. Yet when his captains gathered around a tactical display, he remained a commander. "The western trenches are bait," one warrior said. Carrick's gauntlet rested against the hololith projector, hard enough to make its casing creak. "Everything on this world is bait. We strike here instead, break their gun line, open the causeway, then let the mortal packs drown the breach in bodies." Another World Eater grinned behind a broken faceplate. "And after?" Carrick's eyes twitched as the nails bit. "After, brother, you may stop pretending you care about the map." The sons of Horus despised both of them. Chieftain Arcturan Maud commanded fewer legionaries than either rival, yet his warband carried itself with the poisonous confidence of men who remembered when the 16th had stood at the center of the galaxy's greatest conquest. Their father was dead. Their Warmaster's empire had ended beneath Terra's guns. Their legion had splintered into hunted fragments throughout the eye. None of this had taught Maud humility. It had taught him hatred. He regarded Athreon as a perfumed carrion prince and Carrick as a chained beast, pretending his chain was a crown. Cautarax's manufactoria, in Maud's judgment, belonged to whichever warrior possessed the strength to take them and the discipline to hold them. His Terminator cadre wore cataphractii and Indomitus plate, rebuilt so many times that original heraldry survived only around shoulder guards and trophies. Several claimed descent from the Justarin formations that had once struck at the heart of enemy commands. Their tactics still reflected that inheritance. Mortal Auxilia advanced first, drawing fire and exposing defensive nodes. Land Raiders followed through the identified weakness, Lascannons cutting bunkers apart, while teleport strikes placed Terminators directly into command positions. "Let the third sing," Maud told his captains after another Emperor's Children's sonic barrage rolled across the southern flats. "Let the 12th howl. When both are finished displaying their sickness, we will take what remains." One captain asked whether the Manufactoria could survive the campaign. Maud's expression hardened. If it cannot survive conquest, it was never worth possessing. None of the three warlords understood that another force had entered the system until the vessel identified itself over a narrow band transmission. The Tlaloc came through the warp under failing light, its hull scarred by older wars, and its engines leaving a distortion wake across the Empyrean that several navigators aboard nearby ships refused to look at directly. Iskandar Kayun stood within its strategium, while Cautarax rotated beneath him as a diseased sphere of iron storms, furnace light, and spreading battlefield fires. He had not come for honor. Honor could not reload a bolter. Pride could not repair armor seals. The Kasherhan possessed too few warriors to spend them proving points to rival legionaries. What Kaon needed was ammunition, replacement components, occult reagents, slaves skilled enough to maintain complex machinery, and whatever arcane material Cautarax's vaults contained. If he could bargain for those things, he would bargain. If he could steal them, he would steal them. If another warlord could be persuaded to pay Kaon for damaging a rival whom he already intended to rob, so much the better. He looked at the silent rubricae standing along the strategium walls and felt the familiar absence within them, like an old wound. They were devastating weapons. They were also his brothers, reduced to dust and obedience. He would not squander them for another commander's vanity. The war revealed itself differently to Kaon than to mortal officers studying maps. He saw Athrion's registered artillery patterns and Maud's armor routes. He heard intelligence summaries describing World Eater concentrations along the southern forge line. Beneath all of that, he felt the pressure in the Sea of Souls. Too many deaths were happening too quickly, and the emotions attached to them were beginning to harmonize. Rage, betrayal, and terrified obedience flowed together around Cautarax, like weather systems converging above an ocean. Auspec's returns aboard the Tlaloc began producing contacts where no vessels existed. Vox servitors replayed distress calls transmitted hours earlier from ships already reduced to wreckage. One dead channel carried a man screaming continuously, despite no originating signal appearing in the cogitator logs. Servo skulls in the strategium rotated toward an empty corner whenever the sound emerged. Kaon watched one of them turn, remain motionless for several seconds, then drift away with its mechanical jaw trembling. A mortal officer asked whether the ship's systems were contaminated. No, Kaon said. The answer was quiet enough to make the man wish he had not asked. The systems are merely noticing something before you can. The ground war widened while the Tlaloc descended toward a low orbital station held by mercenaries willing to speak with anyone who had not already shot them. Across Cautarax, hundreds of thousands of artillery weapons discharged on separate fronts. Some were ancient imperial patterns dragged into the eye after the heresy. Others had been built locally from designs whose makers had forgotten the meaning of standardization. Basilisk-pattern guns fired beside tracked siege pieces crewed by mutants whose arms had been surgically enlarged to haul shells. Rocket batteries turned entire horizons white. Armored spearheads advanced through cities extending across hundreds of kilometers, their engines grinding over collapsed hab blocks and corpse fields, compressed into the streets by tracks. A single bridgehead over the River of Knives cost more than 1 million mortal lives in 2 days. Maud's staff marked it secured and immediately shifted attention to the next map coordinate. Athrion lost 3 slave districts to World Eater auxiliaries and ordered the inhabitants of 2 neighboring districts armed, drugged and thrown forward before Karek could reorganize. Karek's mortal warpacks surged into them, and the fighting became a slaughter conducted with autoguns, cleavers, industrial saws, flame units, and bare hands when ammunition failed. Above the planet, Void War added another layer of thunder no soldier on the surface could comprehend. Cruisers exchanged lance fire across distances measured in tens of thousands of kilometers. Macro batteries hurled shells large enough to demolish city districts. Escorts died without anyone below knowing their names. One Sons of Horus vessel lost its prow beneath a sustained barrage, and began falling toward Cortorax in pieces, shedding atmosphere, bodies, and burning debris into the upper clouds. Surface defense lasers answered from fortress mountains, beams stabbing through polluted atmosphere, hard enough to turn night into violent daylight. Athreon used the orbital engagement to conceal the movement of reserve armor toward Karek's southern offensive. Maud used the same confusion to teleport a Terminator strike force into an Emperor's Children ammunition cathedral. Every warlord believed himself the predator exploiting the others. Kaon reached the surface through a fortress held by a minor mortal prince who changed allegiance whenever a stronger visitor arrived. The command bunker lay beneath layers of plasteel and black stone, its corridors crowded with officers, ammunition servitors, and chained psychers used to interpret warp fluctuations. Kaon had barely entered the strategium when one of those psychers began choking. The man had been starved nearly skeletal, his eyes sewn shut beneath ritual wire. He dropped to his knees hard enough to crack bone. Several officers reached for sidearms. Kaon lifted one gauntleted hand. "Do not touch him." The psycher's mouth opened. At first, only blood emerged. Then came words in a dialect so old that the mortal officers stared without comprehension. Kaon understood fragments: stone, oath, lord, fire. The voice speaking through the man was not predicting anything. It was remembering. The psyker clawed at his own throat while his body convulsed. "Wall," he gasped in the ancient tongue. "The wall falls. The forgiven come. The night has sworn. The night kills." His stitched eyelids split under pressure. There were no eyes beneath them, only furnace light. Kaon took one involuntary step closer. He saw, for less than a heartbeat, a city whose architecture belonged to primitive Terra. Men in crude mail entered a breach beneath banners unknown to any modern archive. A sword descended upon someone kneeling. The emotional impact of betrayal struck harder than the image itself. The psyker screamed. His chest burst outward. Ribs punched through skin. Blood sprayed across the strategium table in a steaming sheet. Something inside him tried to become much larger than his body allowed. The torso split from sternum to groin, spilling organs across the deck as fire rose from the cavity without consuming them. Officers stumbled backward. One mortal vomited into his respirator. Kaon remained where he stood, watching flames curl over the corpse. "Ancient," he murmured. One of his legionaries turned his helm toward him. "How ancient?" Kaon looked toward the ceiling as though stone and metal were irrelevant. "Older than our legions." Far across the southern continent, Karek's Scorn gave the order to advance. World Eater artillery opened first, not with elegance, but overwhelming weight. Shells fell across Athreon's forward positions in walking patterns, while mortal assault packs left trenches before the bombardment ended. Emperor's Children counter-batteries answered almost immediately. Athreon had predicted the axis of attack and registered every approach. Lascanon emplacements burned transports apart. Sonic weapons began firing from concealed galleries, destructive harmonics crossing the battlefield in invisible walls that burst organs and shattered bone. Karek's legionaries advanced behind smoke and armor, chain axes locked to their wrists, bolters firing controlled bursts until the range collapsed. Then the world flinched. An intersection between two Manufactorum avenues vanished beneath crimson light. Not exploded, vanished. Tanks approaching from opposite directions disappeared into a wound where reality had been. Fire rose without promethium. The air screamed through every Vox channel at once. Men dropped weapons and clutched their helms. Machine spirits spat impossible error codes. For one heartbeat, World Eaters and Emperor's children alike stopped firing because something older than their hatred had entered the battlefield. A sword emerged first. It was large enough to bisect a legionary from shoulder to hip. Blackened fingers closed around its hilt. Horns followed. Then scorched armor, burning eyes, and a body formed from charcoal flesh split by wet crimson fissures dragged itself through the rupture, while the screams of ancient Albigensia poured from its breath. The ragged knight stood upon Cortorax. The hesitation lasted less than a second. Then both armies opened fire. The demon charged. The ragged knight crossed the first killing ground before the mortal officers controlling it understood that the thing emerging from the rupture possessed speed. Men had seen the silhouette and interpreted size as weight as slowness as something artillery could solve. The first Lazarafal volleys struck while the demon was still hauling the last of its bulk through reality. Coherent red beams stitched across blackened armor and charred flesh. Autoguns joined them, thousands of solid rounds cracking against plate or burying themselves in meat that glowed red within the wounds. Heavy stubbers hammered from sandbagged nests. Tracer fire converged until the demon seemed wrapped in sparks. A mortal captain crouched behind a revetment and screamed into his vox for the forward trenches to fall back, but the ragged knight had already moved. Vast wings opened through the smoke with the sound of wet leather dragged across iron. One beat carried it over the shattered intersection. The next became a leap that hurled several tons of demon flesh across ground saturated by shell fire. Soldiers who had been firing upward suddenly found themselves looking into burning eyes at arm's reach. The sword entered the trench before the demon's hooves touched earth. The first stroke took 5 men through chest and abdomen, armor, ribs, and weapons parting together beneath a blade too large for the confined space. One torso struck the trench wall and slid down without its lower body. Another soldier remained upright for an instant, because the bodies around him held him in place, his opened abdomen spilling loops of intestine over the ammunition pouches at his belt. The ragged knight landed among them, and the trench ceased to be a defensive position. Men fired Lazarafals directly into its body. Muzzle flashes strobed across scorched plate. One soldier emptied an autogun against the demon's thigh until the weapon clicked empty, then continued pulling the trigger while staring upward. The knight backhanded him hard enough to separate his skull from most of his face. Another was stepped upon, ribcage collapsing beneath a hoof with a wet crack. The sword rose again and descended lengthwise along the trench, bursting men apart in a storm of severed limbs, splintered stocks, and blood driven against the revetment walls. By the time the withdrawal order finished repeating across the mortal command channel, the first position had become a channel of red mud. The second line reacted faster. Officers there had seen what happened to the first and abandoned any thought of controlled retreat. Heavy weapons crews swung their barrels toward the demon. Autocannons opened first, their recoil shaking gun shields while explosive shells struck the ragged knight in rapid succession. Sparks erupted from the blackened armor. One round penetrated a damaged plate at the shoulder and detonated beneath it, tearing away flesh in a burst of smoking fragments. The knight staggered half a pace. That was enough to give the defenders hope, and hope killed several hundred of them. Men who should have fled remained at their weapons. A Lascanon discharged from an elevated bunker and struck the demon below the ribs. The beam burned through armor, entered the torso, and emerged from the opposite side in a lance of white fire. For the first time, the ragged knight roared in pain. The sound rolled across the battlefield strongly enough to distort vox channels and make mortals clutch at bleeding ears. Then it charged the Lascannon. The bunker crew had expected rage. They had not expected precision. The Ragged Knight did not run directly into the second shot. It crossed the open ground in a violent diagonal burst, wings folding and snapping open to change momentum while Lasfire chased behind it. The Lascannon traversed, its operator fighting the mounting to follow something moving far faster than its bulk suggested possible. The demon vanished behind a wrecked transport a heartbeat before the weapon fired. The beam punched through the vehicle and turned its interior into incandescent vapor. Before the crew could cycle the weapon, the Ragged Knight came over the wreck. It did not climb. It vaulted the entire hull, wings beating once, sword raised. The gunner had time to look up. The blade struck through the bunker roof, the weapon mount, and the men beneath it. When the demon tore the sword free, half the Lascannon emplacement collapsed into the firing pit. Plasma joined the bombardment from the Emperor's Children line. The first bolt struck the Ragged Knight's breastplate and burst against it in blue-white fury. The second hit exposed flesh around the Lascannon wound and tore open the demon's side. Burning organs rolled against one another behind split muscle. Incandescent blood spilled onto the ground and ignited cloth, skin, and ammunition wherever it touched. The Ragged Knight looked down at the wound, as though surprised by the concept of injury returning in this more stable realm. Pain here possessed weight. The material universe demanded that flesh remain where flesh had been placed. Damage could not be dismissed merely by desiring another shape. The demon pushed one clawed hand into its own ruptured side, forcing a coil of smoking viscera back beneath blackened armor. It looked toward the distant plasma gunners. The burning in its eyes became brighter. Sardar Vael Athrion watched through magnified helm optics from a reinforced command gallery several kilometers away. "Concentrate the resonance batteries," he ordered. His voice remained even while casualty glyphs multiplied across the hololithic display. Plasma sections remained dispersed. Lascannon teams, stagger your discharge by 3 heartbeats. I will not have all of you blinded by the same target movement. A mortal lieutenant beside him stared at the Auspec's return showing the demon's approach. "Sardar, the western line is collapsing." Athrion did not look at him. "Then the western line has fulfilled its purpose. Detonate the trench magazines when the creature crosses the 3rd marker." The lieutenant hesitated. Thousands of their own thralls remained in those trenches. Athrion finally turned his helm. Was some element of my order obscure? The mortal swallowed. "No, Lord." Athrion returned his attention to the battlefield. "Then spare me the ceremony of conscience." The Ragged Knight crossed the 3rd marker while hacking through fleeing infantry. Buried munitions detonated beneath it. Earth, bodies, and burning metal climbed skyward in a rolling wall. Men hundreds of meters away were thrown flat. The blast swallowed the demon completely. For several seconds, the Emperor's Children line saw nothing but fire. Then a wing punched through the smoke. The Ragged Knight emerged with armor torn from one leg and half its face blackened beneath flowing demon blood. It was wounded. It was not slowed enough. Noise Marines opened fire. The sonic barrage struck without the visible clarity of a projectile. Air distorted. Steel vibrated. Mortal bodies caught between the weapons and the demon simply failed. Eyes ruptured. Teeth shattered within jaws. Internal organs tore under resonant pressure. Men collapsed, vomiting blood through masks that remained outwardly intact. The Ragged Knight took the force directly. Black armor trembled against fused flesh. Cracks appeared along its breastplate. Blood sprayed from its nostrils and mouth in burning vapor. One knee touched the ground. the Emperor's children advanced. They did so with the discipline of legionaries who had conquered worlds long before corruption altered what they desired from conquest. Plasma gunners shifted to the flanks. Bolter-armed warriors moved between ruined Hab units, while Lascanon teams fired from depth. Noise Marines maintained their pressure. No one rushed forward seeking a theatrical duel. Athreon had given them an objective, and they obeyed with the remnants of the perfection their legion had once worshipped. Mass reactive shells detonated across the demon's exposed flesh. One burst tore fingers from its left hand. Another opened the meat beneath its collar. A plasma bolt struck a wing and burned through membrane and bone. Then the ragged knight rose. Its sword came up beneath the first advancing legionary and passed through ceramite between groin and sternum. The warrior came apart around the blade. The demon kicked the remains backward into the next rank, using half a corpse as cover while bolter fire burst through it. An Emperor's child with a power sword came in from the right, his weapon carving a glowing line through the knight's forearm before the demon could turn. He had perhaps 1 second to understand that he had wounded it. The ragged knight seized him by the throat. Ceramite cracked beneath the grip. Rather than crush him immediately, the demon hurled him against a manufacturing bulkhead. The impact dented adamantium and broke both legs. The warrior fell, but still raised his blade. The ragged knight reached him in 2 strides, lifted him by 1 ankle, and smashed him against the wall again. The second impact opened his armor. The third turned the contents of the breastplate into pulp. The daemon cast the empty wreckage aside and drove into the rest of the firing line. A corrupted predator came through the smoke with its engine screaming. Purple armor was decorated with brass hooks and strips of skin baked hard by exhaust heat. The turret autocannon fired as it advanced, shells exploding across the ragged knight's torso. Heavy bolters stitched the ground around its feet. The demon turned toward the vehicle. The Predator commander saw the movement and ordered full acceleration. Tracks chewed through corpses and rubble as the tank attempted to crush the greater demon under its frontal armor. The ragged knight waited. The turret fired again. The demon moved at the instant of discharge, throwing itself sideways as shells crossed the space where its chest had been. The Predator thundered past close enough for 1 track guard to tear flesh from the knight's leg. A wing beat. The demon landed on the rear deck. The hull lurched under its weight. The commander twisted the turret, but the main weapon could not depress far enough. The ragged knight drove its sword downward. The blade struck upper armor and failed to penetrate completely. The demon roared, braced 1 hoof against the turret ring, and wrenched the weapon free. Metal screamed. A second blow split the damaged plating. A third punched into the engine compartment. The sword grated through machinery while the demon forced its weight behind the hilt. Coolant burst upward in white vapor. Fuel ignited. The Predator swerved, struck a ruined wall, and rolled partly onto its side. The ragged knight tore the blade free as fire erupted from the rear hull. The tank did not explode magnificently. Its engine died in stages, ammunition cooking off 1 compartment at a time, while the trapped crew burned inside. Whirled, Eaters arrived before the flames had settled. Carrick Scorn's forward legionaries came through the broken southern line at a run, their mortals trailing far behind. Chain axes howled. Bolters barked from fists held low. Several saw the demon standing on the wrecked Predator and raised weapons in salute. "Blood for the blood god!" one roared over the vox. Others took up the cry. For a moment the battlefield answered with the name of Khorne. The ragged knight looked at them. Recognition moved through it. These warriors carried the blood god's mark in ways deeper than symbols scratched into armor. Rage had been driven physically into their skulls. Their nails sang pain through the warp. Their violence was worship, whether they intended it as such or not. The knight understood them. It did not love them. The first World Eater reached it with his chain axe raised. The ragged knight cut him in half. The others laughed and charged harder. A champion in battered white plate ducked beneath the second sword stroke and buried his chain axe in the demon's thigh. Teeth screamed against infernal flesh, spraying boiling blood across his armor. He ripped the weapon free and struck again. "Come then," he bellowed. "Show me what his favor weighs." The ragged knight answered with its sword. The champion caught the blow against the chain axe haft, surviving where a mortal would have become meat, but the impact drove him to one knee. Another World Eater attacked from the flank. The knight caught him around the torso and crushed until armor joints split and blood poured from the neck seal. A third lost an arm, kept advancing and rammed a combat blade into the demon's abdomen with his remaining hand. The ragged knight seized his helm and twisted until the neck broke. The champion rose again. His chain axe had lost several teeth. His left arm hung uselessly where the first impact had damaged the shoulder assembly. He watched the remainder of his squad die around him. The ragged knight made certain of that. One warrior was impaled and lifted from the ground, kicking against the blade until the demon flung him into a wreck. Another was seized by both arms and torn open through the chest, rib cage and breastplate, separating beneath impossible strength. When only the champion remained, the ragged knight approached slowly. He understood. Blood covered his armor. Some belonged to him, most did not. The World Eater began to laugh. "Do it," he rasped. The ragged knight kicked his legs from beneath him. The champion struck the ground hard, chain axe falling from numbed fingers. The demon planted a hoof against his chest and lowered its face until the ancient screams inside its breathing grill washed over the warrior. The World Eater grinned through broken teeth. The sword came down beside his head. For the first time, uncertainty entered his expression. The ragged knight reached down with one clawed hand, closed its fingers around his skull, and tore. The champion's body convulsed once as the head came free with vertebrae trailing beneath it. The demon held the trophy before its burning eyes for several seconds, studying the expression left upon the dead face, then hooked the skull against a blackened plate where older trophies seemed to exist and vanish according to the angle of sight. One World Eater still lived beneath a pile of his brothers. His breastplate had been split, and one leg ended below the knee in mangled flesh. The ragged knight found him trying to pull himself toward his weapon. It lifted the warrior in one hand. The survivor struck at its wrist with a combat knife. The blade entered demon flesh. The knight laughed. Then it hurled him toward the World Eater lines. The legionary traveled dozens of meters, struck rubble and rolled until broken armor stopped him. He remained alive. That was deliberate. Mortals who saw him began dragging him backward. The wounded Astartes attempted to rise and could not. Behind him, the ragged knight roared, and those hearing it understood the message without translation. Far from the killing ground, Iskandar Khayon stood within the roofless remains of a basilica whose god had been forgotten before the heresy. Gaia crouched beside him, her hackles raised, demon flesh moving strangely beneath the outline of a wolf. Khayon watched the battle through ordinary sight, helm magnification and senses that had nothing to do with his eyes. The ragged knight's physical wounds were obvious. Its deeper shape was not. He reached toward it. The psychic contact lasted less than a heartbeat. Stone walls, fire, primitive iron, a man kneeling before a sword, another man wearing armor that carried the promise of protection. the blade descending. Thousands realizing at once that those sworn to defend them had become their executioners. Kaon broke contact. Blood ran from one nostril inside his helm. Gaia growled. "I know," he told her. The war below was disintegrating into new forms. Athrion ordered every available reserve redirected toward the demon. Carrick Scorn, hearing reports that his warriors had found a manifestation of Khorne strong enough to butcher legionaries, began pushing more World Eaters toward it, despite the strategic damage. Arcturan Maud saw both rivals stripping forces from adjoining sectors and gave the order he had been waiting to give. Sons of Horus land raiders advanced beneath artillery cover. Mortal auxilia poured into the gaps. Teleport flares flashed inside Emperor's Children rear positions as Terminators materialized among command posts and ammunition dumps. 3 wars now occupied the same ground. Athrion against the demon, Carrick toward the demon, Maud against everyone distracted by the demon. Casualty projections climbed by the minute. 10 million dead became 12. 12 became 15. Entire slave districts were trapped between armor spearheads. Artillery batteries continued firing coordinates, whose controlling officers were already corpses. Manufactorum fires spread into chemical reservoirs. Ash storms became poisonous enough to kill unprotected mortals within minutes. None of it mattered to the ragged knight. It crossed from one battle into another, as though Carterax existed solely to place new bodies within reach of its sword. Kaon watched it cut into another Emperor's Children squad. He could try to destroy it. Enough concentrated fire, sorcery, and legionary strength might break the manifestation and cast the creature back into the warp. It would cost warriors he did not possess in numbers worth losing. It would gain him nothing except survival. Binding it was different. Gaia turned towards him before he spoke. The demon wolf's snarl deepened. Kaon looked down at her. "You know what I am thinking." Gaia bared her teeth. Below them, the ragged knight lifted an Emperor's child in one hand and tore the warrior apart against the edge of its sword. Kaon watched burning blood run from the demon's wounds. Then he made his choice. "We are going to take it alive." Iskandar Kaon did not attempt to command the war. He merely altered what its commanders believed they knew. That distinction mattered. Carterax was too vast for any single will to govern once its armies had begun devouring one another. But armies were machines assembled from expectation, ammunition, and fear. And even the largest machine could be turned by placing pressure upon the correct gear. Athrion received a forged intercept, suggesting that Carrick Scorn intended to mass his World Eaters against the Crucible District, where 3 manufactorum causeways converged beneath the shadow of a furnace city. Maud received another, carried through a captured Vox node and wrapped in enough authentic Sons of Horus cipher residue to survive casual scrutiny, implying that Athrion had stripped armor from the eastern approaches to reinforce the same district. Carrick required less subtlety. Kaon allowed a wounded mortal courier to escape with genuine information regarding Emperor's Children reserve concentrations, knowing the World Eater would interpret the concentration exactly as intended. A challenge. Within hours, thousands of armored vehicles were changing course. Mortal regiments numbering in the millions were ordered from one slaughter zone toward another. Railway caverns beneath the planet filled with munitions trains. Fuel convoys vanished into traffic tunnels whose walls sweated black condensation. None of the commanders understood why the Crucible District had suddenly become important. Kaon understood precisely. Beneath its manufactoria ran 8 ancient maintenance arteries, converging around a buried industrial cathedral, whose geometry had been built long before any present ruler claimed Cortorax. 8 approaches, 8 points of pressure, 8 lines along which blood would flow toward a center. The sorcerer had not chosen the number. That was what disturbed him most. The war moved because logistics moved first. Cortorax's armies could massacre one another only as long as someone kept feeding shells into guns and promethium into engines. Deep beneath the surface, ammunition trains crawled through transit arteries, illuminated by failing lumen strips. Each train carried enough artillery shells to erase a mortal regiment and was guarded by troops whose commanders knew they were more valuable than the men fighting above. Servitors labored without pause at subterranean loading stations, their spines welded into cranes, augmetic limbs lifting shells that would have crushed unmodified humans. When one servitor burned out, a slave was dragged from a waiting pen, mutilated, fitted into the vacant harness, and instructed to continue work before the anesthetic had taken full effect. Fuel became worth more than blood in entire sectors. Sons of Horus raiding parties struck pipeline stations rather than fortresses, planting melter charges against pressure manifolds before withdrawing under bolter fire. Emperor's Children tank crews remained sealed inside Predator and Land Raider hulls for days, drinking recycled water through suit feeds and sleeping in shifts against ammunition lockers while mechanics crawled over armor plates under bombardment. World Eater mortal auxiliaries abandoned damaged vehicles and stripped their fuel cells under enemy fire because Curric's legionaries would kill them faster than the enemy if they returned empty-handed. Above everything, artillery continued. Basilisk pattern guns, captured siege cannon, mortars assembled from industrial mining equipment, and ancient field pieces whose recoil cracked the earth fired toward coordinates most crews would never see. The front consumed metal as rapidly as men. Athreon understood consumption better than most. The Crucible District became his answer to the Ragged Knight. He did not call it a trap. He called it a composition. Noise Marines occupied galleries overlooking the central processional avenue, their sonic weapons hidden behind reinforced shutters. Lascanon batteries were emplaced in overlapping arcs, each team ordered to fire only when another battery had finished discharging, so the demon would never receive a single moment free from directed energy. Plasma sections waited within side chambers, protected by blast doors. Predators idled beneath the manufactorum, engines hot, crews briefed to emerge only after the demon had committed itself. Mortal levies filled the outer trenches because their deaths would reveal the creature's route. Athreon walked the command gallery above the kill zone, while tactical data flowed across the lenses of his helm. The distortion around his armor made the air hum faintly. "It entered through the southern avenues before," one of his captains said. "It follows violence." Athreon looked down upon the kilometers of prepared ground. "Then we shall give it violence arranged correctly." The captain inclined his helm. "And if it chooses another road?" Athreon's laugh was quiet. "Then it will prove itself more interesting than the 12th. The Ragged Knight did not choose another road. It chose another world. Far beneath Athreon's killing ground, mortal maintenance thralls heard something moving through tunnels no tactical map still acknowledged. At first they mistook the noise for industrial collapse. The walls trembled. Rust drifted from overhead pipework. One overseer raised his shock maul and ordered the labourers back to their stations. Then a section of bulkhead bulged inward. Blackened fingers punched through plasteel. The metal peeled apart with a scream. Fire filled the opening. The Ragged Knight stepped from a wound in reality directly into the buried maintenance level, drawn not by Athreon's carefully prepared avenue, but by the concentration of murderous anticipation above it. The first thrall died before he could lower his autogun. The sword entered through shoulder and emerged beside the hip, cutting him into pieces that struck opposite walls. The second man fired point blank. Rounds burst against demon flesh until a clawed hand closed around his torso and crushed his ribcage inward. The overseer tried to flee. The knight caught him by one ankle, dragged him across the floor, and smashed him against a support column until his body broke apart around the armor harness. Then the demon looked upward. Athrion's perfect execution ground opened from beneath. The first warning was a tremor. The second was the floor rupturing beneath the Western Lascanon battery. Black armor and burning horns emerged through shattered decking as the ragged knight drove upward with its sword. One gunner vanished from the waist down. Another was hurled across the chamber with both legs missing, his blood spraying the optic housings of the weapon beside him. A noise marine pivoted and fired at near-contact range. Sonic force struck the demon and pulverized the surrounding wall. The ragged knight staggered, one side of its armor cracking beneath the resonance, then swept the sword through the firing position. The blade severed weapon, arms and torso in the same stroke. The return fire became immediate. Bolters detonated against its chest. Plasma carved blue-white wounds into its flank. A power sword opened a glowing cut across its ribs deep enough to expose burning tissue beneath. The Emperor's children fought like legionaries, not victims. Two warriors attacked simultaneously from opposite angles, while a third maintained bolter fire into the wound already torn open by plasma. One power blade bit into the ragged knight's forearm. Another scraped across blackened armor and showered the chamber in sparks. The demon responded with terrifying economy. It caught the first warrior by the shoulder guard and drove him headfirst into the deck until the helm split. It seized the corpse before it fell and hurled it across the chamber. The dead legionary struck another hard enough to knock him from his feet. The ragged knight reached the fallen warrior before he could rise, stamped once upon his breastplate, and collapsed ceramite, ribs, and secondary heart beneath the hoof. A third Emperor's child drove a combat blade into the demon's lower abdomen and emptied his bolter one-handed into the opening. Explosive rounds detonated inside infernal meat. Burning entrails spilled across his gauntlet. He laughed through his Vox grill, intoxicated by the proximity of something that could actually kill him. The ragged knight gripped his weapon arm and tore it free at the shoulder. Blood pumped across both of them. The legionary raised his remaining fist. The sword entered through his chest and pinned him to a bulkhead. The demon leaned close enough that Albigensia's ancient screams washed over his helmet, then ripped the weapon sideways and opened him from sternum to spine. Athrion watched his formation collapse from the inside outward. The perfection offended him more than the casualties. "Seal the galleries," he ordered. "Flood the lower chambers with plasma fire." A mortal officer stared at him. "Lord, our own warriors remain below." Athrion turned with visible contempt. "Then they should kill it before the chambers are flooded." Blast doors began closing. Plasma gunners redirected their weapons downward. Noise marines withdrew into secondary firing positions. For 3 minutes, the Crucible district became a furnace. The manufactorum shook under its own weapons. Entire maintenance levels collapsed. Mortal thralls died by the thousand without ever seeing the creature for which they had been expended. Then World-Eater chain axes began howling beyond the eastern breach. Carrick Scorn entered the Crucible district at the head of his surviving legionaries, while his mortal assault packs drowned Athrion's outer works in bodies. The nails had become a physical rhythm behind his eyes. Every artillery detonation tightened them. Every scream relieved them for half a heartbeat. He had been told that the demon awaited within the manufactorum, and had ceased caring whether the intelligence had been bait. Bait mattered only to prey. He stepped through a breached blast door and found the ragged knight standing amid broken Emperor's children, its wounds smoking, its black armor split in several places. The two regarded one another across a chamber painted in blood. Carrick raised his chain axe. "Creature," he said. The ragged knight's burning gaze fixed upon him. "I have crossed worlds beneath the blood god's gaze. I have taken skulls from warriors who begged gods that never answered. I do not kneel to you." The demon's sword lowered. Carrick's mouth twitched into something too violent to be a smile. "Good!" He charged. The chain axe struck first. Carrick moved with transhuman speed sharpened by centuries of battle and the chemical agony of the nails. The weapon's teeth tore across the ragged knight's thigh, ripping black flesh loose in burning strips. The demon answered with a horizontal sword stroke that would have bisected a mortal squad. Carrick ducked beneath it, rolled through blood, and came up inside the weapon's ideal arc. His axe bit into the knight's ribs. The chain mechanism screamed, teeth shattered against fused armor, but several punched through. The demon roared and drove a knee into Carrick's chest. Ceramite cracked. The World Eater was thrown backwards hard enough to strike a support pillar, yet he landed on one knee and came up laughing. "Again!" he snarled. The ragged knight obliged. Sword and chain axe met with an impact that shook the chamber. Carrick's weapon survived the first collision. The second stripped teeth from the chain. The third broke the haft casing and nearly tore the weapon from his hands. Carrick abandoned defense, stepped into the demon's reach, and drove the damaged axe into the open wound beneath its arm. Burning blood sprayed across his helm. Warning runes screamed across his visor as seals cooked. He ignored them. His bolt pistol came up and fired directly into the knight's face. One shell burst against horn. Another detonated beneath an eye. The demon recoiled. Carrick roared praise to Khorne and attacked again. For several heartbeats, he was everything the blood god demanded: skill, fury, pain, and the willingness to meet a stronger enemy without bargaining for survival. The ragged knight understood that. It honored him in the only manner it understood. It killed him. When Carrick swung again, the demon caught the chain axe in one gauntleted hand. The weapon chewed through black flesh, ripping fingers open to the bone. The ragged knight closed its fist. The chain housing collapsed. Metal teeth burst outward. Carrick released the ruined weapon and reached for his pistol. The sword pommel struck his chest. His breastplate imploded. The impact drove him backwards with ribs shattered beneath the armor. Both hearts spasmed. Blood filled his throat. He remained upright for a fraction longer than any mortal could have managed. The ragged knight stepped close. Carrick looked up into burning eyes. No plea came. The demon drove the sword through him at arm's length. The blade entered beneath the broken breastplate, passed through lungs, hearts and spine, and emerged from his back, trailing blood and fragments of ceramite. Carrick's gauntlets closed around the blade as though he might still force it away. He could not. The ragged knight lifted him from the ground. The World Eater died looking directly into the face of what he had challenged. The psychic impact reached Kaon kilometers away. He felt Carrick's death as a hammer blow through the sea of souls. Rage cut short, martial pride broken by superior violence, devotion expressed through defeat. The Crucible district had become saturated with precisely the resonance Kaon required. He stood within the buried industrial cathedral beneath another district, one gauntlet resting against an ancient floor blackened by the deaths of generations. Around him, points had been marked, not with glowing runes drawn for spectacle, but with objects carrying sympathetic weight. Fragments of armor taken from the battlefield, blood from world eaters, metal scorched by demon fire, ash gathered where the ragged knight had first manifested. 8 sites corresponded to 8 converging approaches. Gaia moved along the perimeter. Anything mortal that reached Kaon died before it could interfere. One Emperor's Children scout entered through a broken transept and had time to raise his bolter before the demon wolf struck. Gaia hit him hard enough to throw both of them into a pillar. Her jaws closed around the neck seal. She tore until blood sheeted across the stone. The warrior tried to drive a knife into her flank. Gaia twisted, ripped his throat out through ruptured armor, and dragged the corpse away from the marked ground. The rubrique remained motionless around Kaon, silent. Dust within ceramite. Bolters held at readiness. No chance passed Kaon's lips. Sorcery was not made stronger by theatre. He worked through association, will, and the pressure of the immaterium, drawing together the emotional echoes already present. Karek's death became one point. Albigensia's distant betrayal became another, glimpsed imperfectly through the demon's psychic spore. The ragged knight's wounds bound the pattern to its manifested body. The killing across Cortorax supplied the pressure. The geometry tightened. Then something looked at him. Kaon stopped. Far away, inside the ruined Crucible district, the ragged knight pulled its sword from Carrick Scorn's corpse. Emperor's Children still fired upon it from surviving positions. Sons of Horus armor was breaking through the outer sectors. World Eaters were slaughtering anything within reach now that their commander was dead. The entire district offered enemies. The demon ignored them. Its head turned. Across kilometers of furnace haze, collapsing towers, artillery fire, and burning manufactoria, it looked directly toward the buried cathedral where Kaon stood. The sorcerer felt hatred touch him. Not rage, not appetite, recognition. The creature knew what he was doing. Gaia began to snarl. Kaon looked toward the distant battle, though stone lay between them. So much for concealment. The ragged knight moved. Athrion's surviving legionaries fired into its back. It did not turn. Lascanon beams struck around it. One burned through part of a wing. The demon kept advancing. World Eaters charged, believing it had chosen another contest. The knight smashed through them without stopping. A shell landed close enough to bury it in debris. Blackened hands tore free seconds later. It came across Cortorax with single-minded purpose. Kaon watched the progression through the immaterium. Every prepared layer of misdirection was collapsing sooner than calculated. Routes intended to slow the demon became avenues it crossed in moments. Artillery meant to redirect it merely deepened its rage. Armored formations moved into intercept positions and disappeared beneath its sword. The binding geometry was functioning. That was the problem. Kaon had succeeded perfectly. The ragged knight was coming exactly where he wanted it. He looked down at the marks surrounding him, then at Gaia. For the first time since conceiving the plan, Iskandar Kaon wondered whether anything he had prepared would be enough. Outside, something ancient roared through the burning city. It was coming for the witch. Iskandar Kaon waited for the ragged knight beneath a roof that had collapsed before most of the warriors now fighting across Cortorax had been born. The buried industrial cathedral had once been a place of maintenance, repair, and machine-lit reverence, its transepts built around generator vaults and processional gantries through which engines had passed on their way to assembly. Now the machinery was dead. Conduits hung from the ceiling like severed veins. Stone saints whose faces had been hammered away stood between rusted columns. Across the floor, Kaon had placed the pieces of his trap with the care of a warrior laying mines beneath an enemy's advance. 8 sympathetic points surrounded him, each marked not by symbols intended for human eyes, but by relics carrying the psychic residue he required. Scorched fragments of armor, demon blood burned black against metal, soil taken from the Ragged Knight's first manifestation, pieces of World Eater warplates still wet within the joints, and ash scraped from the places where the creature's feet had boiled Quarterax's earth. Sayan rested against his right thigh, the axe's haft locked into his gauntlet by mag clamps. The weapon had belonged to a space wolf once. Kion trusted its edge and respected the history soaked into it, but he did not indulge the fantasy that an axe made him equal to what was coming. If the Ragged Knight reached him cleanly, Sayan would not save him. Neither would his armor. His defense was distance, foreknowledge, geometry, and will. Gaia stood at his left side, demon wolf body low, claws scraping furrows into the stone. Around the outer approaches, his rubricae waited in silence, bolters leveled toward passages the demon had not yet entered. They were not there to kill it. Kaon knew better than to mistake concentrated fire for certainty against a creature such as this. The rubricae had a simpler purpose. They would hurt it from the correct directions and make it choose the path he had prepared. The first sign of the Ragged Knight's arrival was not sound, but pressure. Kaon felt it along his teeth. The air thickened. Lumen strips failed one after another, plunging the outer galleries into darkness. Dust began drifting upward from the floor rather than down from the ceiling. Then the roar came through stone. It carried no single voice. Albigensia died again, somewhere inside that sound. Thousands of ancient screams layered beneath the fury of the demon that had been born from them. Gaia's lips peeled back from her fangs. Kaon felt her hunger and apprehension mingle through the bond between them. "Not yet," he said. The first rubricae opened fire before the last word left his mouth. Bolter detonations rolled through the western gallery in disciplined sequence. A second firing point joined a heartbeat later, then a third. Mass reactive shells burst against blackened armor as the Ragged Knight entered the cathedral at a run. It came through the western archway, trailing fire and fragments of masonry. Kaon had expected size, fury, and momentum. He had seen all three from a distance. Up close, the speed remained the most disturbing quality. The demon did not charge like something massive overcoming its own bulk. It moved like violence released from restraint. One instant, it occupied the gallery entrance. The next, it crossed enough ground to make Kaon's helm optics stutter while trying to compensate. Bolter shells struck its chest and shoulder, tearing burning cavities through flesh. Warp flame from a supporting sorceress weapon emplacement washed across one wing and turned membrane into smoking tatters. The Ragged Knight changed direction without slowing. A rubricae squad fired from the northern transept exactly as Kaon had intended, driving the demon toward the central markers. One of the 1,000 Suns stood too near the path. The Ragged Knight reached him. The sword struck downward and split ceramite from shoulder guard to hip. The rubric marine came apart in a burst of blue armor fragments and grey dust. No blood sprayed. No organs spilled. No last heartbeat hammered inside a ruined chest. The Ragged Knight stopped. Only for an instant. The demon looked down at the dust pouring from the broken armor. Its rage changed. Kaon felt the shift across the immaterium. Confusion lasted less than a breath before becoming a fence. The creature had come to slaughter warriors and found emptiness wearing the shape of one. It seized the upper half of the ruined rubric marine and crushed the breastplate in one hand. More dust spilled between blackened claws. The Ragged Knight roared at the insult. The next rubric marine fired point blank into its face. The demon reached him in 2 strides, smashed him against a column, and drove its sword through armor, stone, and the industrial wall behind both. Blue ceramite fractured. Dust burst outward. The knight tore the blade free and looked at the dead shell as if murder itself had been cheated. Chaon spoke into the cathedral without raising his voice. "You will find no blood in them." The ragged knight turned. Its burning eyes found him immediately. The words that answered did not travel through the air as ordinary speech. Sound emerged, wet and deep, but the meaning arrived through Chaon's psychic senses in fragments older than the Gothic tongue. Images accompanied every syllable. A sword raised above a kneeling man, fire in a timber roof, blood drying across mail. Witch. The word was not quite a word. It was accusation, category, and promise. Chaon remained still. The knight stepped forward. "You bind emptiness into armor. I preserved what remained." The demon's breath rolled across the floor as hot vapor. "You call ruin preservation." Chaon felt the insult more than heard it. "And you call slaughter purpose." The ragged knight lowered its sword. "Slaughter needs no name." That was the moment Chaon understood it would charge. The warning arrived through precognition, less than a second before the movement itself. He saw his own body opened from shoulder to pelvis, armor split, and both hearts ruptured. He moved before the future became real. The ragged knight crossed the distance with one beat of its damaged wings. Chaon threw himself sideways as the sword descended. The blade missed him by less than the length of a hand. It struck the floor. Stone erupted. The impact split one of the sympathetic lines, destroyed a marker, and opened a fissure deep enough to swallow a mortal man. Chaon hit the ground hard and rolled. Warning runes flared across his visor where armor had struck debris. He came up on one knee. The ragged knight was already turning. Chaon raised one hand and exerted his will. The nearest rubricae fired. Bolter shells struck the demon's back and shoulder, not enough to stop it, but enough to turn rage outward. The knight wheeled toward them. Gaia moved. She hit the demon's left leg with enough force to stagger a creature many times her mass, claws sinking into burning flesh. The ragged knight snarled and kicked. Gaia twisted away before the hoof struck, landed against a wall, and launched herself again. The distraction gave Chaon 3 heartbeats. 3 were enough. He restored the broken line, not physically. The stone remained cracked. The ritual depended on relation, not chalk and superstition. Chaon drew upon the objects already placed around the cathedral and forced the geometry to acknowledge the missing point as if it remained whole. Blood filled his mouth from the effort. He swallowed it. The ragged knight backhanded Gaia across the transept. She struck a column hard enough to fracture it. Chaon's concentration faltered. The demon turned toward him again. Gaia rose. That, more than anything else, kept him alive. She launched herself onto the knight's back, jaws closing beneath a damaged armor plate. Black blood sprayed around her teeth. The demon roared and reached behind itself. Gaia released before the claw could close. Chaon tightened the psychic pattern another fraction. The ragged knight looked at him. For the first time, Chaon sensed something beneath its rage. Recognition. It understood the trap. The demon began walking toward him slowly. Chaon did not retreat. He reached into it. The contact tore the cathedral away. He stood in fire. Not cataracts, not the eye. Terra. Primitive walls collapsed beneath thrown stone. Men in mail entered a breach. Horses screamed beneath sharpened stakes. priests raised hands over warriors and promised forgiveness before murder. Kaon saw no dates, no maps, no clean sequence. The demon did not remember as a historian remembered. It remembered through wound and symbol, a knight's sword entering an unarmed man's body, a doorway barred from the outside while a family burned within, a kneeling figure looking upward at armor once associated with justice. The words came through distortion. You swore. The blade fell. Kaon felt the moment repeat across thousands of deaths. That was the core, not battle, not bloodshed alone, betrayal. The Ragged Knight was not merely a bloodthirster shaped by rage. It was a broken promise that had learned to kill. Kaon seized that truth. The psychic backlash nearly blinded him. Blood vessels burst beneath his skin. Warm liquid ran from his nose and ears inside the helm. One eye filled red before autosenses compensated. He tasted iron. The Ragged Knight felt him touching the memory and went berserk. Its sword came around in a horizontal arc. Kaon dropped beneath it. The blade passed over his helm close enough for heat to scar the paint across his armor. He rolled behind a broken machine altar and thrust one gauntlet toward the demon. The first binding closed. The Ragged Knight's left arm became translucent, not weakened, displaced. The demon looked at the limb as fire showed through black flesh. Then it looked back at Kaon. The ancient language tore through the sea of souls. Chains! Kaon forced himself upright. Yes. The roar that followed made every remaining mortal within the outer galleries collapse, screaming. The Ragged Knight charged again. Rubrique fired from both flanks. Bolter rounds burst across its torso. Warp flames struck the damaged wing. The demon ignored everything. It wanted the witch. Kaon reached beneath his armor and drew the vessel. The tarot card looked absurdly small in his gauntlet. Leather-bound, darkened, prepared through rites and psychic labor that would have meant nothing to anyone lacking the sight to understand them. Its importance did not lie in the physical material. The card was boundary, symbol, and destination. Kaon had made it ready for something that did not belong inside dimensions measured by human hands. The Ragged Knight saw it. Hatred became Terra's opposite, not fear of harm, fear of confinement. Kaon drove his will into the demon's origin. Stone wall, burning roof, oath, sword, kneeling victim, protector, executioner. He fixed each concept to the vessel. The card grew hot enough to smoke against his gauntlet. The Ragged Knight's body began to come apart. Its edges blurred into flame. Pieces of armor flickered between physical metal and psychic memory. Blood became smoke before striking the ground. The demon fought not by pushing against an invisible force, but by asserting itself more violently into reality. Hooves cracked the stone. Muscles swelled beneath burned flesh. The sword became more solid than anything around it. Kaon's second heart skipped. His vision darkened. Something ruptured inside his chest. The knight advanced. Every step broke another piece of the cathedral. "Your name is wound," Kaon said through blood. The demon answered with an image of his skull beneath its hoof. "You were made by men who betrayed what they claimed to be." The knight struck. Kaon twisted aside. The sword cut through his shoulder guard without entering flesh and removed a section of ceramite in a shower of sparks. "You are not the oath," Kaon continued. "You are its breaking." The Ragged Knight's form flickered violently. Kaon felt the truth catch. The demon lunged. One arm tore free of the collapsing manifestation and closed around Kaon's torso. Ceramite screamed. Warning runes turned red across his visor. Pressure crushed inward around both hearts. Kaon struck with Scion. The axe bit into the demon's wrist. Once, twice, the blows would have severed a mortal arm. Here they opened burning flesh and loosened the grip by a fraction. The ragged knight pulled Kaon closer. Its breath filled his helm speakers, with Albigensia's dead. Kaon could see nothing but fire. Then Gaia hit it from the side. Her jaws closed around the wound Scion had opened. She tore. The demon's grip loosened. Kaon struck again with the axe, buried the blade between two blackened bones and wrenched. The claw opened. He fell. Gaia landed over him. The ragged knight raised its sword to kill both of them. Kaon completed the binding. The world turned inside out. The demon's torso tore into ribbons of fire. One wing vanished. The other became smoke. Its legs dissolved upward from the hooves. Blood lifted from the floor and streamed toward the tarot card in impossible defiance of gravity. The ragged knight roared, and the cathedral filled with Albigensia's final agony. Kaon held the card forward. The demon's remaining arm clawed at stone. Fingers carved trenches through it. The sword remained. Even after the hand holding it began to disappear, the blade stayed in reality, as though refusing the sentence imposed upon its master. Kaon forced harder. His own blood ran down his chin inside the helm. The card burned through the outer layer of his gauntlet. The ragged knight's face became the final intact part of its body. Burning eyes fixed upon him, not defeated, remembering. Then the face collapsed into smoke. The sword vanished last. It scraped across reality as it went, producing a sound like metal dragged across the bones of the world. Silence followed. True silence. No artillery, no bolter fire, no demon roar. Kaon remained on one knee in the ruined cathedral. Gaia stood beside him, blood and black demon ichor wet across her muzzle. The Rubricae held their firing positions. Dust lay around their boots where several of their brothers had been destroyed. Kaon looked down. The tarot card rested in his hand. Its leather surface was unmarked. It felt hot enough to contain a furnace. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then a voice entered his mind. Not loud, not raging, patient. Soulweaver. Kaon did not answer. Gaia began to growl. The sound continued long after everything else in the cathedral had fallen still. Cauterax did not notice that the ragged knight was gone. The world had already acquired too much momentum to care about one demon, however ancient, and the machinery of slaughter continued turning long after Iskandar Kaon sealed the creature inside its prison. Vael Athrian withdrew what remained of his emperor's children from the shattered Crucible district, abandoned 3 slave cities he no longer considered defensible, and detonated their reactor complexes after the Sons of Horus entered them.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Arcturan Maud answered by driving land raiders through the eastern forge lines beneath an artillery barrage so dense that the Manufactorum roofs appeared to ripple beneath the impacts. World Eater warbands, leaderless. After Karik Scorn's death, fragmented into independent packs and struck whichever army stood closest, their mortal followers murdering one another over ammunition, transport, and the right to claim their dead centurions' trophies. Hundreds of millions had died by the time the Tlaylock lifted from the world's poisoned atmosphere. Millions more died during the ascent. Cauterax's orbital batteries continued firing through cloud banks saturated with metallic ash, their defense lasers carving momentary corridors through storms made from pulverized hab blocks, vaporized armor, and the particulate remains of the dead. Below, industrial continents burned from horizon to horizon. Rivers carried promethium fire through districts where slave populations still worked, because no surviving overseer had issued an order to stop. Kaon watched the world recede through a strategium oculus and understood that his victory beneath the ruined cathedral meant nothing to those left behind. Billions remained trapped inside the war. The Ragged Knight had been removed from one battlefield. The battlefield had simply continued without it. The leather-bound card lay upon a slab of black stone in one of the Tlaloc's sealed chambers. Kaon had ordered the compartment emptied of mortal personnel before bringing the prison aboard, and the order proved wise within the first hour. Auspex arrays outside the chamber began returning impossible temperature readings. One moment the card registered colder than the surrounding void, the next hot enough to melt lead, despite the stone beneath it showing no physical damage. Servitors passing the corridor sometimes stopped without instruction and turned their eyeless faces toward the sealed door. Mortal serfs sleeping 3 decks below woke screaming from dreams of burning walls, knights in blackened armor and swords descending upon kneeling figures. One maintenance thrall tore his own fingernails free, trying to claw through a bulkhead because he insisted there were people burning on the other side. No fire was found. Kaon had the man restrained rather than executed. The nightmares were useful evidence. The demon was confined, but confinement had not made it quiet. Gaia accompanied him whenever he entered the chamber. She never needed to be summoned. The demon wolf simply appeared at his side before the door opened. Body low, ears pressed back, lips drawn from her fangs. Kaon found that more troubling than any Auspex anomaly. Gaia feared very little. She did not fear the Ragged Knight now, but she respected what it represented with an intensity that bordered upon hatred. Kaon approached the slab and lifted the card between 2 armored fingers. Heat immediately traveled through his gauntlet. "You understand me," he said. Nothing answered. He had already learned that questions meant nothing to the demon unless it found amusement in responding. "You were born on Terra." Silence. "Before Unity." Silence again. "Before the Legions." The card became hotter. Kaon felt Gaia's growl vibrate through the floor. "And now you obey me." The reaction was immediate. Every lumen in the chamber burst at once. Darkness swallowed the compartment. The temperature climbed so rapidly that warning runes flashed across Kaon's helm display. Something struck the inside of his thoughts with the force of a hammer. The voice came through no speaker. "Chains rot." Kaon remained still. "All chains do." The heat faded. He looked down at the card. Perhaps, but not today. Athreon chose that moment to remind him that demons were not the only creatures who remembered insults. The first warning came from the Tlaloc's auger decks as multiple contacts emerged from beneath the debris field surrounding Kautarax's outer moon. Emperor's Children vessels had used the wreckage to mask their approach, engines running cold until the final burn. Almost simultaneously, ground batteries still loyal to Athreon began firing from the planet below, forcing the Tlaloc to alter orbit into the very corridor the attackers had prepared. Kaon returned to the strategium while impact alarms rolled through the ship. Lance fire crossed the void beyond the oculus in hard white lines. One beam struck the Tlaloc's outer plating and burned through enough armor to kill 3 decks of mortal crew without penetrating the inner hull. Macro shells detonated against void shields in blinding flashes. "They have learned," one of Kaon's officers said. "No," Kaon replied, watching attack craft separate from the enemy vessels. "They are angry. Learning would require them not to repeat themselves." The officer looked toward the incoming signatures. "Boarding craft." Kaon saw them. So did every weapon servitor aboard the ship. Defense batteries opened fire. Autocannon turrets filled the void with streams of tracer. Point defense lasers cut one assault boat apart and sent its burning pieces tumbling past the hull. 2 more survived. One struck near the lower gun decks, magnetic clamps locking against armor before melter charges opened a circular wound through the Tlaloc's side. The second embedded itself near a secondary transit spine. Pressure doors slammed shut throughout the vessel. Mortal crewmen ran toward emergency stations, while Rubricae marched in the opposite direction, blue and gold armor moving with the mechanical certainty of things that no longer breathed. Kaon felt the first Emperor's children enter his ship before the Vox reports arrived. Their minds burned strangely in the warp, bright with anticipation and the cultivated hunger of warriors who had taught sensation to replace restraint. The first breach became a bolter duel fought across 30 meters of narrow corridor. Emperor's children poured through the smoking aperture behind boarding shields, while Rubricae fired from behind a sealed junction. Mass reactive shells met between them. Ceramite burst. One invader lost half his helm and continued firing until a second shell entered through the exposed side of his skull and detonated within. A Rubric Marine took 3 rounds through the chest, staggered, then raised his bolter again because there were no lungs behind the broken plate to collapse and no bleeding heart to fail. Dust streamed from the wounds. The Emperor's children adjusted quickly, switching targets and concentrating fire upon joints, weapons and helms rather than center mass. A warrior carrying a power blade reached the Rubricae line and cut 1,000 Sun apart at the waist. Grey dust poured across his armor. He laughed once before a bolter shell struck beneath his chin and removed the back of his head. Elsewhere, mortals fought to keep the ship alive. Crewmen sealed bulkheads while other crewmen were still trapped beyond them. Sections were deliberately vented. Men and Emperor's children alike vanished into vacuum, bodies tumbling down corridors before pressure doors slammed shut. Grenades turned maintenance passages into compartments of shrapnel and severed limbs. One boarding party seized an ammunition lift and killed every mortal within it, decorating the walls with bodies before moving toward the armory decks. Another forced its way through the lower spine toward Kaon's command sections. The Tlaloc had survived wars before, but boarding combat transformed every corridor into a separate battlefield. Numbers mattered less than access. One squad in the correct junction could split the vessel's defenders and isolate whole decks. Kaon watched the tactical display deteriorate. The Kar-Sherhan could repel the boarders. That was not the same as being able to afford the cost. Every rubric destroyed was something irreplaceable in a manner beyond simple logistics. Every mortal specialist killed took knowledge with him that could not always be transferred. The Emperor's children had already lost more warriors than Kaon, but Athrian could replace losses more easily than the Kar-Sherhan could. The sorcerer looked toward the sealed transit zone where 3 enemy squads had converged. He felt the card beneath his armor. Gaia looked at him. "I know," he said. Her growl deepened. Kaon chose the location carefully. A compartment near the breached lower spine could be isolated by 4 pressure doors, and Auspex confirmed that only Emperor's children remained inside. Mortal crew had either escaped or died. Kaon ordered every adjoining section evacuated. Rubricae withdrew through the eastern passage and sealed it behind them. The Emperor's children interpreted the movement as retreat and advanced. Kaon entered from the opposite side. There were 16 legionaries in the compartment. They saw him. They saw the card. Several recognized sorcery immediately. Kaon opened the prison. Reality tore. The ragged knight emerged with hatred already in its eyes. Heat flooded the compartment so violently that blood on the deck began steaming. The The first Emperor's child fired before the demon had fully manifested. Bolter shells burst across its shoulder. The second came forward with a power sword. The Ragged Knight killed both before the rest had adjusted their formation. Its sword entered the first warrior at the hip and left through the opposite shoulder. The return stroke cut the swordsman through both arms and opened his chest deeply enough for ribs and organs to spill through broken ceramite. The demon stepped over him before his body finished falling. Emperor's children spread out, using the limited space instead of crowding the creature. Plasma fire struck its torso. A power spear entered beneath one armor plate. Sonic force hammered across the room and made the deck vibrate hard enough to crack lumen housings. The Ragged Knight bled burning blood across the floor. Then it reached them. Kaon stayed behind the containment threshold and watched the reason he had risked binding the creature become undeniable. A force that might have cost him dozens of Rubricae and mortal defenders ceased to function as a coherent formation within moments. The Ragged Knight broke one legionary across its knee after catching him by both arms. It drove another into a wall hard enough to embed shattered armor within the metal. A third lost his weapon hand, drew a combat blade with the other, and stabbed repeatedly into the daemon's flank until the knight seized his head and crushed the helm inward. Bone, blood, and brain matter forced themselves from the neck seal. 2 Emperor's children retreated through a maintenance bulkhead and sealed it behind them. The Ragged Knight did not follow the corridor. It made its own. The sword struck the bulkhead once and left a deep groove. The second blow peeled metal inward. On the third, the demon shoved one arm through the opening and tore the door from its track. The surviving legionaries fired through the gap. Bolter shells burst inside the knight's shoulder and neck. It came through anyway. Kaon followed at a distance. The fight lasted only minutes. When the last Emperor's child died, silence arrived with uncomfortable suddenness. The Ragged Knight stood amid mutilated bodies, its sword dripping blood, wounds smoking across its torso. One horn had been scarred by plasma. Half a wing hung torn behind it. The demon turned toward Kaon. There were no enemies remaining. Kaon felt the change before it moved. Enough. The Ragged Knight began walking toward him. Behind Kaon waited mortal crew. Living bodies. Blood. The distinction between ally and enemy meant something to warriors. It meant much less to a creature whose existence had been built from slaughter. "I command you to halt." The demon kept moving. Its voice entered his mind like a blade scraping bone. "Command." The word contained mockery. Kaon tightened the psychic bond. The Ragged Knight took another step. Gaia passed him. She did not attack. She simply moved between master and demon. The knight stopped. Its burning eyes lowered toward her. Gaia's teeth showed. Something in the compact tightened. Kaon felt it immediately. The Ragged Knight felt it as well. The binding had never been Kaon's will alone. Gaia's presence reinforced the structure, giving his command another anchor inside the immaterium. The demon looked back at him. Hatred filled the corridor. "Return!" The Ragged Knight roared. It fought the command with greater violence than it had resisted the Emperor's children. The edges of its body ignited. Black armor flickered between solidity and smoke. It reached down and seized one of the dead legionaries by the torso, claws puncturing ceramite. As Kaon drew the demon toward the card, the Ragged Knight dragged the corpse with it, as though refusing to surrender its kill. "Leave it." The demon pulled harder. The corpse's armor split. One leg tore free. Kaon forced the prison closed. The Ragged Knight vanished in stages, roaring curses in a language old enough to make the mortal crewmen behind Kaon bleed from their noses. The corpse came apart in its grip. Half remained on the deck. The other half disappeared with the demon. The sword vanished last. Silence returned. The corridor looked as though artillery had fired through it. Blood covered the walls. Spent casings lay, ankle-deep in places. Pieces of purple ceramite had fused into the deck under demon heat. One headless corpse remained upright against a bulkhead, because melted armour had welded it there. Kaon looked at the card in his hand. He understood the rule now. The ragged knight was not a soldier. It was not even truly a weapon. It was a second battle that could be released into the first. He would never summon it merely because doing so was convenient. Every release required preparation. Every command would be tested. Every weakness would be noticed. The demon would obey until the moment it believed obedience could be broken. And when that moment came, Kaon knew whose blood it would seek first. A vox chime sounded within his helm. "Lord Kaon," said a bridge officer. "Priority transmission. Sons of Horus Cipher. Origin. Falcus Kibre." Kaon looked once more at the card. "Route it to me." Kibre's image appeared across his retinal display, distorted by static. The Sons of Horus chieftain wasted no time on courtesy. He spoke of scattered allies, surviving war bands, and a search that had become more important than any manufactorum world. The vengeful spirit remained lost. Ezekiel Abaddon remained vanished. Leorvine Ukris had agreed to attend a meeting. Kibro proposed neutral ground aboard an ancient wreck whose ownership had been disputed so long that no one still remembered the original claim. Kaon listened. When Kibro finished, he asked, "You expect me to trust a meeting arranged by the 16th? Kibro's reply came without humour. "No, I expect you to bring enough guns that trust is unnecessary." The transmission ended. Kaon looked toward Gaia, then down at the leather-bound prison in his hand. Something inside it laughed without making a sound. Kaon turned toward the bridge. "Set course for the rendezvous." His chosen son had once been many ships, and none of them had died cleanly. The hulk drifted through the eye as a continent of fused wreckage, kilometers of dead cruisers, merchant hulls, troop transports and vessels whose configurations belonged to shipwrights, long erased from human memory. Some catastrophe of the warp had driven them together until prows pierced engine decks and habitation spines opened into cathedral vaults belonging to entirely different craft. Gravity obeyed whatever generators remained alive nearby and occasionally obeyed nothing at all. Kaon walked through one corridor with his boots mag-locked to a deck tilted sharply beneath him, crossed a pressure seal, and found the next passage rotating slowly around its own axis, while loose shell casings, bones, and scraps of parchment floated through the dark. Lumen strips flickered without rhythm. Frost covered one bulkhead, while another sweated warm condensation. Several chambers opened directly upon the void, their atmosphere long departed, and the stars visible through wounds in the hull were distorted by the eye until they resembled malignant eyes staring inward. The wreck was neutral ground only because no warband controlled enough of it to make ownership meaningful. Hundreds of factions had used its chambers for exchanges, negotiations, assassinations, and temporary refuge. Most left markings upon the walls, some left corpses. Kaon trusted the corpses more. He came armed for war despite the pretense of parley. Sarn rested against his armour, the axe balanced where his hand could reach it without thought. His plate carried the scars of Quarterax and older campaigns, repaired where necessity demanded rather than restored for appearance. Several surviving rubricae followed in measured silence. blue and gold armor passing through alternating darkness and emergency light, like ghosts trapped inside the shapes of legionaries. No mortal honor guard accompanied them. Mortals were useful aboard the Tlaloc, where they maintained reactors, guns, engines, and the 1,000 systems even an Astartes vessel required to remain alive. Here they would be liabilities. Kion did not consider that cruelty. Cruelty implied enjoyment. It was arithmetic. He had left the loyal son of Prospero behind long ago, along with much else that could no longer be recovered, yet he had not become what history would one day call him either. He was an exile with a warband, a ship, a handful of brothers who were no longer truly alive, a demon wolf that followed because it chose to, and a leather-bound, card warm against his armor. In the eye, that was enough to make him a lord. Gaia moved ahead without sound. She paused beside a junction where 3 incompatible corridors had been welded together by whatever event had created the hulk. Her head tilted. Kaon felt her attention through their bond. No immediate threat. Merely old blood, dead machinery, and something nesting several decks beneath them that possessed too many thoughts for one mind. "Ignore it," Kaon said. Gaia glanced back with the expression of a predator disappointed by restraint. "You may eat it after the meeting if it remains sufficiently irritating." A voice arrived through his helm vox, roughened by static and contempt. "Still bargaining with beasts, witch." Kaon stopped. The transhuman tread approaching from the eastern passage was unmistakable. He answered, "Only those capable of understanding terms, Leor. This excludes most of your legion." Leorvine Euchris emerged from the darkness with the 15 fangs behind him. None resembled the warriors who had once marched from the World Eater's embarkation decks in ordered ranks. Their warplate had been repaired too many times to preserve uniformity. White survived in cracks beneath soot and old blood. Blue panels had been replaced by black, iron, bare ceramite or armor taken from the dead. Brass symbols of the blood god appeared beside remnants of older legion markings that some warriors had never bothered to remove. Chain axes hung at thighs and across backs. Bolters bore scratched kill marks. One legionary carried a rotor cannon with ammunition feeds wrapped around his torso like metallic intestines. Another had replaced a ruined forearm with an augmetic ending in a serrated boarding blade. Leor himself carried a heavy bolter as comfortably as Kaon carried Sarn. The weapon should have required a firing brace or support crew in mortal hands. Leor treated it as an extension of his body, one gauntlet around the grip, ammunition hopper secured against the rear of his armor. His helm was mag-locked at his belt. The scars around his skull showed clearly, as did the tiny involuntary contractions passing through his jaw whenever the butcher's nails rewarded stillness with pain. Leor looked over Kaion's rubrique. "You brought the dead." Kion glanced toward the 15 fangs. "You brought the mentally infirm." One of the World Eaters gave a low growl. Leor did not turn towards him. "If he kills you, I will tell him it was discourteous. Your concern sustains me. My concern is that Kibre will blame me for staining his meeting chamber with whatever sorcerers have inside them instead of blood." Kion started walking. Leor fell into step beside him. Their warriors followed at enough distance to pretend this was not trust. Leor's cheek twitched again as the nails bit. His hand tightened around the heavy bolter grip. "I dislike this place. Because it is quiet. Because things pretending to be dead irritate me." Kaon considered the remark. "Then you must find your own legion particularly offensive." Leor barked a single laugh. It was not amusement so much as acknowledgement of a successful wound. "There is the witch, I remember." They found Falcus Kibra in what had once been a strategium belonging to a ship buried somewhere in the Hulk's heart. Half the chamber retained power. A tactical table projected an unstable hololith above its center, while the opposite wall had been crushed inward by the prow of another vessel. Sons of Horus guarded every entrance. Their armor bore the sea green of the old legion beneath blackening scars and battlefield repairs. Some had painted panels darker in mourning or defiance. Others preserved the eye of Horus, despite what had become of the legion that once marched beneath it. Kibra stood beside the hololithic projector in Terminator plate, immense even by Astartes standards. The old arrogance of the 16th Legion carried in the way he occupied the room as though possession were something granted by presence alone. His warriors did not lounge or indulge in ritual displays. They watched firing lanes. They watched Kaon's hands. They watched Leor's chain axes. They watched Gaia most of all. Falcus Kibra had survived long enough to understand that the most dangerous thing in a room was often the thing nobody had included in the negotiation. "You are late," Kibra said. Leor answered, first, "Kill us." Kibra's expression did not alter. "Do not tempt me, World Eater. You summoned us to a corpse floating through hell. I expected better hospitality." Kaon stopped opposite Kibra. He expected wine. Leor looked at him. "I expected ammunition." Kibra ignored both. "The vengeful spirit has been sighted." That ended the humor. Kaon studied the hololith as Kibra adjusted its projection. Broken star systems appeared in ghostly light, followed by translation routes that meant little in ordinary space and slightly more within the eye. Leor's jaw tightened. Sighted by whom? 3 sources. One is dead. One is missing. The third tried to sell the same coordinates to the 3rd Legion. Kaon said, "Then you possess one source and a corpse." Kibra's eyes hardened. "I possess more than you did before entering this chamber." The arguments that followed required no history lesson, because every warrior present had helped make the history. The Sons of Horus had fractured after the War Master's death. That fact did not need explanation. It existed in Kibra's bitterness whenever another legion's name was spoken. Emperor's Children warbands had grown fat upon raids against their former allies, taking slaves, materiel, and whatever trophies amused them. Leor mentioned a World Eater ship stripped while its warriors fought elsewhere, and said Fulgrim's sons had learned to steal because fighting for supplies had become too difficult for them. Kibra replied that the 12th had abandoned enough vessels to populate a fleet and should not complain when someone competent claimed the wreckage. Leor's hand flexed around his weapon. Kaon interceded before the nails could turn insult into gunfire. "Continue measuring the corpses of your legions if you wish. It will not resurrect either of them." Kibra looked at him. "Prospero taught you much about resurrection, did it?" The nearest Rubricae did not react. Kaon did, only in the slight stillness of his helm. Enough to know when a dead thing is being worshipped. Kibra moved around the hololith. Abaddon vanished with the vengeful spirit. The eye has swallowed stronger men than Ezekiel, but I do not believe he is dead. Leor gave a dismissive grunt. "Faith from a son of Horus. Your father would be proud. Speak his name again as mockery, and I will remove your tongue. You may queue behind many." Kaon watched Kibra rather than Leor. "Suppose Abaddon lives. Suppose the ship survives. What exactly do you expect to find? A war master waiting to gather you beneath a new banner?" Kibra's expression remained carved from resentment. I expect to find a warrior who has spent long enough deciding whether defeat made him a corpse. And if it did, then I will see it with my own eyes. The card at Kayan's belt became warm. He glanced down. Leor had begun pacing beside the hololith, the inactivity feeding his nails. His irritation pulsed through the warp with every involuntary tightening of muscle. The leather-bound prison answered. Heat travelled through Kayan's armour. Leor noticed. The World Eater stopped. What is that? Nothing you need concern yourself with. That means it is one of your abominations. Kibre's warriors became more attentive. Kayon placed one hand casually near the card. You have met several of my abominations. Yes, I dislike most of them. Gaia bared her teeth at him. Leor looked down. Especially that one. Kayon felt amusement through the bond. Gaia understood insults perfectly well. The card grew hotter as Leor's nails spiked. The voice inside it remained inaudible, but Kayon sensed recognition. Blood calling to blood. Khorne's mark upon Leor was not ceremonial. It was embedded in pain, habit, and the violence that had shaped him for centuries. The ragged knight tasted it through the prison. Leor's eyes narrowed. Something is looking at me. Kayon did not lie. Yes. What? A problem. That narrows your collection very little, Kibre said. If you brought a demon into this meeting, I brought several. You noticed only Gaia. The sons of Horus raised weapons by fractions. Leor stared at the card. If one of your pets bites me, witch, I will kill it. His eyes shifted to Kayon. Then I will kill you for bringing it. That seems unnecessarily sequential. I like to savor simple tasks. The card pulsed once against Kayon's armor, hot enough that he smelled scorched leather. The ragged knight liked him. Kayon found the fact deeply unfortunate. The first warning came from Kibre's Auspex operator. Contact. Every conversation ended. The son of Horus studied the runes scrolling across his vambrace. Transient return. Western hull. Kibre asked. Strength? Gone. Leor lifted his heavy bolter. Auspex ghosts. Kayon extended his senses. The Hulk answered with dead machine spirits, ancient emotional residue, and the mindless pressure of things that had lived too long in darkness. Nothing obvious. Then the Vox clicked. Someone screamed on a channel no one had opened. The sound lasted less than a second. Static followed. Kibre's warriors spread out without waiting for instruction. They had done this together too often to require orders for every movement. Leor's 15 fangs turned towards separate approaches, chain weapons waking one after another. Kayon felt Gaia's body tense. A bulkhead failed somewhere beyond the chamber. The impact came through the deck. Once. Twice. Then silence. Kibre looked toward one of his captains. Report. No reply from the Western sentries. Send 2 warriors. No, Kayon said. Kibre turned toward him. Kayon was no longer looking at the hololith. There, mines, Astartes, several clusters, closing from separate directions. Their emotions were carefully controlled, but control could not hide what saturated them. Anticipation, sensation, the desire to experience violence as much as inflict it. 3rd Legion, Kayon said. Leor's mouth curled. Kibre swore in Chthonian. The attack began before he finished. Boarding torpedoes struck his chosen son from outside, their impacts traveling through the hulk like giant hammer blows. The dead vessel lurched. Gravity failed. For several seconds, every unsecured object in the strategium lifted from the floor. Then another generator assumed dominance and gravity returned at an angle. A son of Horus crashed shoulder first into the tactical table. Kayon's Rubricae simply adjusted their maglocks. Explosions followed from within the hulk. Not random, timed, Charges already planted by infiltrators severed 3 transit corridors simultaneously. Bulkheads slammed down between Kaon's Rubricae and Kibre's warriors. The western passage disappeared behind a blast of flame and metal fragments. Emperor's children emerged from concealment in chambers their rivals had supposedly secured, bolters already firing. The first volley killed Kibre's mortal Vox servitors. Mass reactive shells struck human bodies and exploded them across the command stations. Blood and fragments of bone coated the hololithic projector. A second volley hit the Sons of Horus guarding the northern access. One warrior took a shell through the neck seal. His head snapped back as blood sprayed against the wall. He remained standing long enough to fire twice before another round entered his damaged gorget and detonated through the base of his skull. Kibre roared orders. "Hold the chamber, second claw, eastern access, terminators with me." Leor laughed as the nails rewarded him for the sudden violence. Finally, the heavy bolter came up. He pulled the charging mechanism with one brutal movement. Kaon reached for his Vox and found 3 channels already flooded with distorted sound. Beneath the interference, a voice spoke in clipped 3rd Legion battle cant. Another answered. A name passed between them, Telemachon Lyras. Kaon went still. He knew enough of that name. Leor heard it as well. "Friend of yours?" "No." "Pity." Kibre drew his weapon and moved toward the breach. "Positions. They want us divided." The first sonic discharge struck somewhere beyond the chamber. Metal screamed. The floor trembled beneath their boots. Kaon placed one gauntleted hand over the leather-bound card at his belt. The heat had become almost painful. Inside the prison, something born beneath the bloody skies of ancient Terra recognized the coming slaughter. The ragged knight began to laugh. The war for his chosen son spread through the Hulk faster than any commander could reduce it to a tactical display. Every corridor became its own front, every sealed hatch a potential breach point, every stretch of dead deck, plating another place where warriors might emerge from darkness at arm's reach. The Emperor's children had prepared their assault with the patience of men who understood that an ambush was not a single act, but a sequence of controlled failures imposed upon the enemy. Breaching charges blew apart junction doors seconds before sonic weapons fired through the openings. Bolter teams advanced behind those invisible waves of destructive resonance, stepping over mortals whose organs had ruptured inside intact skin. Power-bladed champions waited behind the gun line rather than rushing ahead of it, entering combat only when defenders had been pinned or forced into predictable avenues. Falcus Kibre answered with the habits of the 16th Legion. His Terminators counterattacked in wedges, stormbolters and combi weapons, firing from behind overlapping plates of ancient war gear, while power fists and chain fists turned narrow corridors into abattoirs whenever the range closed. Leorvine Ukris and the 15 Fangs moved wherever the fighting threatened to break through, arriving like a secondary detonation after the Sons of Horus had fixed the attackers in place. Kaon remained behind the moving line, eyes open to realities beyond the physical, mapping transhuman minds through bulkheads and broken decks, without drawing deeply enough upon the warp to leave himself exhausted before the battle reached its true crisis. He could have cast his perception wider. He could have torn deeper into the Hulk. He refused. Sorcery spent without need was ammunition thrown into darkness. The Hulk killed with an impartiality none of the legions could match. A section of hull failed during a firefight along the western transit spine, and pressure escaped hard enough to wrench 3 Emperor's children and 2 Sons of Horus from the deck. One warrior caught a handrail. His arm tore free at the shoulder before the rest of him vanished into the void. Blood became a glittering red mist, froze and disappeared among tumbling fragments of ceramite. The emergency bulkhead dropped an instant later and struck another legionary across the waist, shearing armor, pelvis and spine in a burst of sparks and arterial spray before sealing the compartment. Elsewhere, gravity failed while 2 squads exchanged bolter fire. Recoil that should have been absorbed through mag-locked boots sent warriors spinning when damaged. Decking released them. Corpses became missiles. A dead Emperor's child rotated through the chamber with half his head missing and struck a World Eater hard enough to spoil his aim. A bolt shell detonated against the ceiling where a heartbeat earlier it would have entered a breastplate. Promethium burned only where oxygen remained, producing islands of fire separated by vacuum-dark compartments in which flame vanished instantly. The hulk felt less like a ship than a cadaver of metal, its fused decks the ribs of something dead, while armored predators fought inside its chest cavity over organs that had stopped functioning millennia before. Lior knew how to fight inside such a place. The butcher's nails punished waiting with electrical agony driven straight into the architecture of his brain, but pain had not erased centuries of experience. He planted himself at the mouth of a transit junction, heavy bolter braced against one hip, and waited until the first Emperor's children entered the lane. "Now," he said. The weapon answered before the rest of the 15 fangs did. Heavy mass-reactive shells tore through the leading legionary's breastplate and exploded within his torso. The warrior disappeared beneath overlapping detonations, pieces of purple ceramite and red meat striking the men behind him. Lior shifted his aim by degrees rather than sweeping wildly. The next burst took an attacker through the thigh and hip, severing the leg and detonating inside the groin. Another shell struck an ornate shoulder guard, penetrated beneath it, and burst through the secondary heart. The 15 fangs opened fire around him. Rotor cannon rounds filled the passage. Bolters hammered into armor. The Emperor's children tried to return fire and found the choke point converted into a measured execution lane. Lior kept firing until the heavy bolter's barrel shroud glowed dull red. Only when an attacker survived long enough to reach the junction did he release the weapon on its sling and draw a chain axe. The nails rewarded him immediately. Pain became clarity. The chain axe screamed into life. He stepped inside a power sword thrust, took the blade across one pauldron, and buried the axe beneath the attacker's arm. Teeth chewed through ceramite, ribs and lung tissue. Lior ripped the weapon free, kicked the dying legionary backward, and said, "Next." The Emperor's children did not oblige him stupidly. Their corruption had changed what they desired from combat, not removed the lessons Fulgrim's legion had learned before its fall. One warrior lingered behind cover long enough to hear the rhythm of Lior's fire, then advanced precisely during a reload. Another deliberately exposed himself to rotor cannon rounds because the impacts delighted him, using his own mutilation to draw aim away from a swordsman slipping through a service conduit. Sonic weapons remained their cruelest advantage. One discharge struck a World Eater without breaking his armor, and still reduced the organs within his torso to pulp. Blood poured from his mouth grill as he remained standing, chain axe twitching in one hand, until the next wave liquefied his eyes and burst vessels through his brain. Other Emperor's children fought as though every movement were being judged by an unseen audience. They sought perfect cuts, controlled lunges and duels conducted amid the chaos, their voices smooth with contempt whenever they found the scarred, mismatched armor of Kibre's and Leor's warriors. "You wear defeat beautifully. One called to a son of Horus, whose breastplate had been patched with bare iron. The son of Horus answered by firing a bolt round through the speaker grill. The shell exploded behind the attacker's teeth and sprayed brain matter across a pressure door. "Wear that," he said, and advanced. Kaon first recognized Telemachon Lyris, not by sight, but by absence. He entered a compartment through which Kibre's warriors had withdrawn minutes earlier and found 3 bodies lying among a dozen others. Most of the dead bore the signatures of boarding war, bolter trauma, amputations from chain weapons, bodies broken by explosions. The 3 were different. One son of Horus had been killed through the throat with a blade thrust so exact it had entered between gorget and helm seal without scoring either plate. Another had lost both weapon hands before receiving a stab beneath the ribs that passed upward into the primary heart. The third had been opened at the neck and femoral artery, wounds placed to produce fatal blood loss without any wasted movement. Kaon crouched beside the corpse. Gaia sniffed the air and gave a low growl. "Yes," he said, "someone is enjoying himself." He did not need prophecy to understand what he was seeing. A champion was moving ahead of the main assault, choosing where to strike and refusing the crude efficiency of simple gunfire. Telemachon's danger did not lie in being stronger than everything around him. It lay in the confidence of a warrior who had survived long enough to believe skill could solve nearly any problem, and who possessed enough skill to make the belief reasonable. Kibre attempted to end the fragmentation before it destroyed them. He ordered the surviving defenders toward a central transit nexus built from the fused intersection of 3 vessels, a place where 6 corridors narrowed into 2 broad approaches before meeting beneath an ancient loading gantry. The position was sound. Terminator armor could dominate the approaches. Heavy weapons could overlap fire. Lior's warriors could countercharge anything that survived long enough to close. Kaon's Rubricae could hold the rear without fatigue or fear. Kibre reached the nexus first and began placing warriors without wasting breath. 2 claws forward, heavy weapons elevated. Leave the western access open until the last of ours are through. Lior arrived with blood across one side of his face. They will cut power. Kibre looked toward him. Then we fight in darkness. That was not criticism. From you, I assume everything is criticism. Kaon felt the trap before either finished speaking. They know we are consolidating. The lights died. No gradual dimming, no warning. Every lumen across the nexus vanished at once. Kibre's warriors switched to autosenses immediately. So did the World Eaters. Kaon saw the chamber through his helm and through senses less dependent upon photons. Then the first charge detonated beneath the loading gantry. Metal collapsed across the western approach. The route Kibre had intentionally left open disappeared beneath tons of wreckage. A second explosion opened a service shaft believed too narrow for armored movement. Emperor's children emerged through it after cutting away sections from the far side, their armor smeared with lubricants and rust where they had crawled through machinery. The attack came from below and above at once. Sonic weapons fired from the darkness of an overhead maintenance deck. The first wave struck a Terminator and made blood run from every seal in his armor. Bolter fire followed. Kibre turned the formation without panic. "Upper gallery, break it!" Combi bolters answered. A chain fist tore through the shaft wall and dragged one Emperor's child into the nexus by the leg. The son of Horus holding him smashed the captive against the deck until his spine failed, then used the corpse as cover while incoming rounds detonated across it. The plan should have held. It nearly did. That made the enemy's preparation more dangerous, not less. Kaon felt his rubricae becoming isolated as secondary passages collapsed behind them. One squad disappeared from his awareness beneath a wash of psychic static, followed by the unmistakable emptiness of armor destroyed beyond recovery. Leor had lost several of the 15 fangs. Kibre's Terminators were still fighting, but ammunition counters were dropping, and the Nexus had become impossible to hold if another approach opened. Every death pressed against the leather-bound card at Kaon's belt. Heat seeped through his armor. The ragged knight had been restless since the first boarding torpedo struck. Now it pushed hard enough against its prison that Kaon could feel its presence as pressure behind his eyes. Soul Weaver. The voice carried through his thoughts while bolter shells tore apart the nexus around him. Kaon fired San's haft against an Emperor's child who came too close, knocking the warrior's blade wide before a rubric marine shot him through the chest. Soul Weaver. What? Open. The word contained hunger so vast it ceased resembling appetite. You will obey. Laughter moved through Kaon's skull. Open. The pact binds you. Until you bleed. Kaon felt the honesty in that answer, and disliked it more than a lie. The ragged knight was not bargaining in the mortal sense. It offered slaughter because slaughter was what it wanted. It did not offer loyalty. It did not promise restraint. The compact forced obedience only while Kaon could impose the compact. If he became wounded, distracted, or unconscious, every command would become an argument tested against the daemon's strength. You require me alive, Kaon said. The response came after a pause. No. The card grew hotter. Only open. Gaia turned her head toward him. She had heard enough through their bond to understand the exchange. Her teeth showed. Kaon did not release the demon. Not yet. Telemachon broke the position for him. The first sign was a scream over the sons of Horus Vox. Not panic. Warning. It ended halfway through a word. Kaon turned toward the eastern side passage and saw a body fall through the doorway. The son of Horus struck the deck without his head. The severed helm followed a moment later, bounced once and rolled to a stop against Kibre's boot. A blade flashed in the darkness beyond. Then another warrior entered. The Emperor's children behind him advanced with disciplined fire, but the champion at their head moved differently, faster, deliberate. His armor bore the excess of his legion without compromising the lines required for movement. He crossed the first meters of the compartment beneath supporting bolter fire and drove a blade through a Sons of Horus warrior's wrist before the man could bring his weapon around. The second strike opened the neck. Telemachon did not stop to admire the kill. Kibre saw the breach. Close the eastern approach. Cannot, one of his warriors answered. Controls are dead. Then close it with bodies. Leor laughed once. The sound had no humor left in it. He and Kaon were forced backward as Emperor's children fire crossed the nexus from two angles. Leor's surviving fangs formed around them. Kibre's Terminators held the opposite side and were increasingly separated by falling debris and overlapping sonic fire. A noise marine discharged into the ceiling. The shockwave tore loose a support beam that crashed across the chamber and divided the defenders. Kaon found himself in a compartment with Leor, Gaia, 3 Rubricae, and 4 surviving World Eaters. The Emperor's children were coming through both passages. Leor checked the ammunition feed on his heavy bolter. Which? Kaon did not look at him. What? That thing in your pocket? No. Leor fired a burst down the corridor. An Emperor's child disappeared backward with his chest opened. You intend to die carrying it. I intend not to die because I released it. Another sonic blast struck the doorway. 1 World Eater staggered, as blood poured from his ears. Lior glanced toward Kaon. The nails were visible in every twitch of his face. You have a blood god's monster in a card, while the Third Legion is cutting us apart. I am aware. Then become less aware and more useful. Telemachon's blade appeared briefly beyond the smoke. Kaon felt the ragged knight slam against its prison. Once. Twice. The leather grew hot enough to scorch the seals beneath his armor. Soul Weaver. Kaon closed his eyes for half a heartbeat. He measured what remained. 3 Rubricae, 4 World Eaters, Lior, Gaia, Kibra beyond the wreckage, still fighting. Too many Emperor's children closing from too many directions. No clean retreat, no reserve, no more acceptable options. Kaon opened his eyes. He drew the card. The compartment changed before he spoke. Frost melted from the bulkheads. Blood pooled on the deck began to steam. Spent bolt casings heated until grease smoked along their surfaces. Gaia moved close to Kaon's side. Lheor stepped back 1 pace. That, he said, is better. Kaon held the leather-bound prison between 2 gauntleted fingers. Something on the other side of reality understood. The card pulsed like a heart. Kaon felt hatred, anticipation, and the ancient psychic echo of a city burning beneath a filthy Terran dawn. He released the seal. Reality split. Heat became a wall. The first horn emerged through smoke, then blackened armor, then a sword. The ragged knight dragged itself into the compartment while the Emperor's children opened fire. Kaon fixed his will upon the demon before it could choose for itself. 1 command, 1 designation. The Emperor's children. The ragged knight looked toward the approaching warriors of the Third Legion. Its burning eyes widened, and it smiled. Reality did not open for the ragged knight so much as fail around it. The compartment aboard his chosen son buckled under pressure from something too large for the dimensions attempting to contain it. Deck plates bowing upward, while bulkheads screamed against their welds, and every lumen burst white before dying. Heat arrived first. Blood scattered across the floor began to hiss. Grease smoked inside weapon housings. Frost evaporated from ancient ribs of metal. Then came the sound, the layered death cry of Albigensia pouring through the breach, like the memory of a city being murdered all over again. The Emperor's children, advancing through the Eastern Passage, had perhaps a heartbeat to register the change, before blackened horns broke through the distortion, followed by shoulders encased in scorched armor and a sword whose edge seemed to drag sparks from the air itself. The ragged knight did not pause to become fully real. 1 hoof struck the deck while the rest of its body was still resolving from fire, and it was already moving. The leading legionary raised his bolter. The sword crossed the corridor before the weapon reached firing position. Ceramite parted beneath the blade. The warrior came apart from collar to opposite hip, upper torso rotating away in a spray of blood and shattered armor, while the lower body remained standing for a fraction of a second before collapsing under its own weight. The legionary behind him fired immediately. The ragged knight was already inside the formation. The second warrior died beneath the demon's left hand. Black claws closed over an ornate helm and crushed inward. Ceramite fractured around the temples, lenses burst, and the skull beneath collapsed with a wet concussion that sprayed fragments of bone and brain matter through the broken neck seal. The third Emperor's child pivoted with transhuman speed and fired 3 bolt rounds directly into the knight's abdomen. The mass-reactive shells penetrated exposed flesh and detonated within, bursting chunks of black muscle outward in smoking pieces. The ragged knight did not ignore the wounds. Its torso jerked under each detonation. Burning blood flooded down its thigh. The warrior used that fraction of reaction correctly, stepped inside the great sword's arc, and drove a power blade into the demon's ribs. The weapon penetrated deep enough to release a gush of incandescent fluid over his forearm. He had fought greater demons before. He knew to keep moving. He never got the chance. The ragged knight caught him around the waist, lifted him from the deck, and hurled him sideways. His body struck a fourth legionary hard enough to fracture both sets of armor. The thrown warrior's spine broke against his brother's breastplate. The impact drove the standing Emperor's child into the bulkhead, where the back of his helm cracked against metal. The ragged knight reached both before either could recover. One downward stroke passed through two torsos and buried itself in the deck. 4 seconds had not yet passed. The surviving Emperor's children changed formation without an order. They were not mortal soldiers frozen by the appearance of a demon. They were legionaries of the Third, veterans of wars that had ended civilizations, and Terra was something they had spent centuries teaching themselves to convert into sensation. 2 dropped to one knee and opened sustained bolter fire while 3 others spread toward the compartment walls, seeking angles from which the knight could not strike all of them with one sweep. A sonic weapon discharged from the rear rank. Air distorted violently. The pressure wave struck the ragged knight's chest and split already damaged armor along old cracks, making blood burst from its mouth in a steaming cloud. A plasma gun fired immediately afterward. Blue-white fire hit the demon's shoulder and tore away black flesh down to luminous bone. The knight roared, and the sound came layered with thousands of ancient human screams. One Emperor's child laughed over the vox as he advanced through the noise, intoxicated by the proximity of death. "Bleed, beast!" He fired again. The ragged knight crossed the distance before the plasma weapon finished cycling. Its sword took the gunner through both thighs. The blade did not stop. It entered the deck beneath him and severed both legs completely. The legionary fell backward, still alive, armor warnings screaming through his helm as blood pumped from the ruined stumps. The knight stamped upon his chest. Ceramite imploded. Ribs, hearts, and lungs collapsed together. Another warrior thrust a spear toward the demon's face. The ragged knight shifted its head just enough for the power field to carve a glowing channel along one horn rather than enter an eye. It caught the shaft beneath the head, pulled the warrior forward, and drove one knee into his torso. The breastplate folded inward around the impact. The Emperor's child doubled over. The knight seized his shoulder and hip and tore in opposite directions. Armor held for an instant longer than flesh. Then seals failed, spines separated, and the legionary came apart through the abdomen, organs spilling in steaming loops across the deck. The demon flung the upper half toward the bolter team. One warrior ducked, the other did not. The corpse struck him hard enough to spoil his aim. The next second belonged to gunfire. Bolter rounds struck the ragged knight across the face, throat, and chest. One shell entered a wound beneath its collarbone and detonated deep enough to expose part of the rib structure beneath. Another burst against the cheek and removed a slab of blackened flesh. The demon reeled, and one of the Emperor's children saw his opportunity. He charged with a power sword held in both hands, movement precise despite blood spraying through the compartment. The blade entered beneath the knight's arm and drove almost to the hilt. The ragged knight turned into the wound, trapping the weapon in its own flesh. For one instant, the legionary stood chest to chest with it, close enough to see furnace light moving behind its eyes. He released the sword rather than waste time trying to recover it and reached for the combat blade at his thigh. The knight headbutted him. One horn punched through the faceplate, above the left lens, and emerged from the rear of the helm carrying blood, splinters of skull and grey tissue. The demon wrenched its head sideways. The corpse came off the horn and struck the floor without ceremony. 7 seconds. Khorne watched from beyond the containment threshold and understood why counting became obscene. The fight possessed the compression of something occurring faster than the mind wished to accept. Every Emperor's child reacted correctly. They maneuvered, concentrated fire, attacked wounds, used the confined space, and still the ragged knight moved among them as though violence obeyed a different measure of time around its body. Leor stood several paces away with the heavy bolter held ready but did not fire. There was no clean target. Gaia remained close to Khorne, hackles raised, her attention fixed not upon the dying Emperor's children, but upon the demon itself. The card no longer existed in Khorne's hand. Its prison had become corporeal murder, and he could feel every kill feeding the thing's strength. The sonic weapon fired again. This time the ragged knight anticipated it. The demon seized a dead legionary by one leg and swung the corpse into the line of discharge. Resonance tore the body apart. Ceramite split. Flesh burst from armor seams. The knight threw what remained across the compartment and followed behind it. The noise marine tried to reposition, weapon systems built into his altered armor shrieking as they charged. The ragged knight's sword entered through the sonic apparatus, drove through the warrior beneath, and pinned him against the wall. The demon leaned its weight forward until the blade punched through the bulkhead behind him. The noise marine convulsed around the weapon. The knight tore upward. Torso, armor, and weapon assembly opened from sternum to throat in a flood of blood, broken ribs, and machine components. 2 Emperor's children attacked together. One took the sword arm. The other went low. The first power blade hacked into the knight's wrist deeply enough that burning blood sheeted down the weapon. The second warrior cut behind the demon's knee. The ragged knight lurched. For the first time in the engagement, it nearly fell. The legionaries pressed their advantage exactly as trained, one severing more tendons while the other raised his weapon for the neck. The knight released its sword. That surprised them. Its right hand closed around the nearer warrior's face and drove him backward into the other. All 3 crashed against the bulkhead. The ragged knight seized one legionary by the arm and pulled. The shoulder joint tore free with a burst of blood. The severed limb remained in the demon's hand, power sword still locked in the gauntlet. It used the stolen arm like a club, striking the second Emperor's child across the side of the helm. The power blade carved through his pauldron as the dead hand convulsed around the grip. He staggered. The knight discarded the limb, caught him by the throat and hurled him across the compartment. He struck a structural support head first. The helm flattened against the beam. His body dropped limp. 10 seconds. The one-armed legionary remained alive. He attacked. The courage was not virtue. The Emperor's children had long since made a narcotic of danger. Blood pumped from the ruined shoulder while he drew his combat knife and drove it repeatedly into the ragged knight's abdomen. Once, twice, again. The demon looked down at him. Then it shoved one hand into the warrior's open shoulder socket and forced its claws beneath the breastplate from inside. Ceramite cracked outward. The Emperor's child screamed as the knight tore across his chest from beneath the armor. Ribs emerged with the hand. One lung came with them. The warrior remained upright long enough to fire his bolt pistol against the daemon's stomach. The shell detonated inside black flesh. The ragged knight broke him over its knee. The spine snapped with a sound audible over the gunfire. The last 3 legionaries understood that withdrawal had become tactically necessary. They moved together, two firing while the third backed toward the eastern passage. Kion felt Telemachon somewhere beyond them, already withdrawing through the hulk with other surviving warriors. These three were not cowards. Their purpose had changed from killing the demon to preserving combat strength and warning their champion. The Ragged Knight denied them. It recovered its sword from the deck and moved. The first retreating warrior lost both arms to a single diagonal stroke. The return cut opened his abdomen. He fell trying to walk backward, intestines sliding from the wound and wrapping around one boot as he collapsed. The second fired his bolter until the demon reached him. The knight took the rounds against its breastplate, seized the weapon by the barrel, and tore it from the legionary's hands. It reversed the bolter and smashed the stock into the warrior's face hard enough to break the helm. The next blow drove shattered ceramite through the skull. The demon dropped the ruined weapon. The final Emperor's child reached the threshold. 12 seconds. The Ragged Knight's sword entered between his shoulder blades, punched through the chest, and burst from the breastplate beneath the sternum. The warrior looked down at the black blade protruding through him. Blood ran across its inscriptions. His gauntlets closed around the edge, power armor servos whining as though he might pull himself free. The Ragged Knight lifted him from the floor. For a heartbeat, the impaled legionary hung there, boots kicking above the deck. Then the demon flung him sideways. He struck the wall and remained hanging from a length of broken conduit that entered beneath the jaw and emerged through the crown of his helm. Silence replaced the gunfire. 18 legionaries had entered the compartment. None remained alive. The aftermath possessed its own sound. Hot brass rolled slowly through blood. Damaged armor systems emitted broken warning tones from corpses incapable of hearing them. Promethium burned in a narrow drainage channel. Somewhere beyond the compartment, decompression alarms continued cycling through the hulk. The air smelled of propellant, blood, ruptured internal fluids, scorched ceramite, cooked flesh, and the bitter metallic stink of demon ichor. The Ragged Knight stood at the center of it, breathing heavily. Every exhalation carried Albigensia's dead. Bolter wounds cratered its body. One side of its torso had been opened almost to the ribs. A power sword remained buried beneath its arm. Burning blood ran from the wound and hissed against the deck. It had not emerged unharmed. It had simply remained alive longer than everyone who hurt it. Leor stared at the corpses. "Useful," he said. Kaon looked at him. "Your eloquence survives." The World Eater did not answer. The Ragged Knight retrieved 4 bodies. That was worse than the killing. It selected them with care, not the least damaged, not the most intact. Kaon sensed no criterion he could understand, except that the demon had chosen. One corpse was placed face down, another across it. A third was folded unnaturally at the spine and wedged between them. The fourth became the back of the structure, head hanging at an angle where the neck had broken. The Ragged Knight arranged them until the dead formed a throne. Then it sat. Blood ran from the bodies beneath its weight. For several seconds nobody spoke. The gesture reached backward farther than the legions. A warrior enthroned above the butchered. Dominion rendered through corpses. The Ragged Knight understood symbolism because symbolism had helped create it. Then it began to feed. One Emperor's child still wore most of his breastplate. The knight hooked claws beneath the broken gorget and ripped the armor open. Ceramite tore away with flesh attached. It reached inside and pulled free a mass of organs that steamed in the compartment's supernatural heat. The demon bit down. Blood covered its mouth. It chewed slowly, looking directly at Kaon. Leor's jaw twitched. Kaon noticed. "You object?" "No." The ragged knight tore an arm from another corpse and cracked the armor against the edge of its throne until bone and meat were exposed beneath. Leor watched it eat. Then he said, "I dislike your taste in companions." The demon turned toward him. Recognition entered the warp. It reached into the wreckage beside the throne and selected a severed Emperor's Children head. The helm had split open during the battle, revealing half the dead warrior's face beneath. The ragged knight held it toward Leor. The World Eater stared at the offering. The demon spoke. The language remained ancient and wet, but Kion understood the meaning beneath it. Blood-marked. Leor's eyes narrowed. The knight extended the head farther. Leor raised his heavy bolter. "If you throw that at me, I will shoot you." The ragged knight laughed. It dropped the head. Kion decided that counted as diplomacy. "Telemachon Lyrus," he said. The laughter stopped. The ragged knight looked at him. "Hunt him!" The demon remained seated. Kion felt the resistance immediately. "How long?" the knight asked. "How long what?" "Chains." Kion understood. "Until I decide otherwise." The corpse throne creaked beneath the demon's weight. Its eyes burned brighter. "You bleed easily, Soul Weaver." Leor glanced toward Kion. "It talks too much." An observation rich in hypocrisy. The ragged knight leaned forward. "Break witch, break chain." Kion felt Gaia move closer. The demon's attention shifted toward her. The pact tightened. Kion forced his will through the bond. "You will hunt Telemachon Lyrus. You will not attack me. You will not attack Leovine Euchris or those under my protection while the command stands." The ragged knight rose. For one ugly instant, Kion believed it would test the order by attacking him immediately. Gaia growled. The knight looked down at her, then back to Kion. Hatred gave way to anticipation. Telemachon was close. More importantly, he was dangerous. The demon could taste that through the hulk. It lifted its sword. Blood streamed from the edge. The ragged knight stepped down from its throne and moved toward the eastern passage. Kion followed with Leor and Gaia. They found Telemachon sooner than expected. The ruined passage opened into a long section of dead transit deck, where gravity had returned at a slight angle. Bodies lay against one wall. Emergency lights painted everything crimson. At the far end stood the Emperor's Children champion. Telemachon had not fled. He saw the ragged knight enter. He saw Kion behind it. Then he drew his weapons. No plea, no retreat, no hesitation. The ragged knight lowered its horned head. For the first time since Kion had released it aboard his chosen son, the demon faced a warrior who might survive longer than a handful of heartbeats. Its wings opened. Telemachon settled into his stance, and the ragged knight charged. Telemachon Lyrus moved before the ragged knight completed its first stride. Standing his ground against a creature capable of tearing legionaries apart with its hands would have been theatre rather than courage, and whatever corruption had hollowed and remade the Emperor's Children champion, he had not survived the long war by mistaking spectacle for victory. He sprang onto the angled wall where failed gravity had turned a section of transit deck into a sloping plane, one boot striking a collapsed support rib while the other found purchase against a length of torn conduit. The ragged knight's sword followed him through the space he had abandoned. The blade struck deck plating with enough force to split 3 layers of ancient hull, sparks and fragments of metal exploding upward as the demon wrenched the weapon free. Telemachon dropped from the wall before the return cut reached him, twisted beneath the arc, and used the wreckage of an overturned loading cradle as momentary cover. The sword passed through the machine instead. Adamantium shrieked. Half the cradle spun away, trailing cables and hydraulic fluid. Telemachon was already somewhere else. The ragged knight turned with a speed that remained obscene for something so large. Its blackened armor scraped the narrow passage walls. Burning eyes followed the Emperor's child through smoke and emergency light, while every breath carried the ancient dead of Albigensia. Telemachon refused to offer it the contest it wanted. He did not block the sword. He did not allow his weapon to remain against the demon's strength for more than the fraction required to redirect an edge or spoil an angle. When the knight cut high, Telemachon went low. When it thrust, he stepped outside the blade and answered against the wrist. His power-edged weapon opened a smoking groove between armor plates. The ragged knight snarled and struck back with its free hand. Telemachon leaned away far enough that claws passed across his breastplate without closing, leaving 4 deep channels in the ceramite. He answered with a cut behind the demon's elbow, where earlier bolter fire had already split flesh. Burning blood sprayed across the wall and ran down it in incandescent lines. The knight roared. Telemachon withdrew before fury could become a hand around his throat. Leorvine Ukris watched from behind Kion with his heavy bolter lowered, but ready. The World Eater's expression tightened every time Telemachon escaped by a distance smaller than the width of a gauntlet. "He fights like a bastard afraid of being touched," he said. Kion's eyes never left the duel. "He fights like someone who has correctly assessed what touching means." Leor's jaw twitched as the nails bit. Same thing. Gaia remained beside Kion, body low and rigid, attention fixed upon the ragged knight rather than Telemachon. Through their bond, Kion felt the demon wolf's unease. The duel was feeding the greater demon. Not with blood alone. Challenge mattered. Resistance mattered. Every heartbeat Telemachon survived sharpened the knight's attention and rooted its manifestation more deeply into the physical hulk. The leash between demon and sorcerer felt thinner than it had minutes earlier. Kion could still sense the psychic architecture binding the creature, but the strain ran through it like cracks across glass. Telemachon used elevation again. He ran 3 steps up a wall tilted by conflicting gravity fields and kicked away from it as the ragged knight's sword tore a horizontal line through the metal beneath his boots. He turned in the air, landed upon the demon's wounded shoulder, and drove his blade down between scorched plates. The weapon sank into black flesh. The knight convulsed. Telemachon released his grip before the demon could seize him, dropped behind its back, and cut across the tendon behind one knee. The blow would have crippled a mortal, or brought even an Astartes down. The ragged knight's leg buckled, but only for an instant. It turned on the damaged limb and swung. Telemachon barely escaped. The flat of the enormous sword clipped his left pauldron rather than the edge striking cleanly, and the force still hurled him into the wall. Ceramite cracked. He struck hard enough to dent metal, fell to one knee, and came upright before the knight reached him. The demon did not laugh now. Its rage had become concentration. That change disturbed Kion more than the roaring. The ragged knight understood that Telemachon would not be caught by repeating the same attack. It learned him. The creature slowed. One sword stroke deliberately missed, cutting through a support rib rather than chasing the champion's body. The next severed a bank of ancient machinery from the wall. A third opened a pressure door behind Telemachon and collapsed the wreckage into the passage he had used twice before. The Emperor's child turned his helm by a fraction, recognizing what the demon was doing. "It is hurting him," Kion said. Leor's heavy bolter rose slightly. "Your pet has learned manners." "It learned murder before language." The ragged knight struck the deck and tore a trench through it. Telemachon leapt across the opening. only to find the demon's wing smashing into a suspended gantry above him. The structure collapsed. Metal came down in tons. Telemachon accelerated toward the only remaining open corridor before the wreckage could bury him. That was where the knight wanted him. The passage narrowed enough that Telemachon could no longer circle freely. He understood too late, not because he had been slow, but because the demon had sacrificed several immediate chances to strike in order to control where the duel would continue. The ragged knight entered after him. Telemachon attacked first. He drove forward beneath the demon's guard, power field whining as his blade bit into the wound opened across its abdomen during the earlier slaughter. The ragged knight tried to close its hand around him. Telemachon twisted aside and carved upward through scorched muscle. Black blood spilled in sheets. It landed across the deck with the sound of fat thrown into a furnace. The knight recoiled. Telemachon followed, refusing to surrender the momentum now that he had finally created it. Another cut opened the inner elbow. A third struck the damaged knee. A fourth scraped along the ribs and entered deeply enough that a plume of heat exploded from the wound. The ragged knight staggered against the passage wall. Metal buckled beneath its shoulder. Lior made a low sound of approval. Kaon did not share it. Every wound made the daemon angrier, but anger was not weakening it in the manner a mortal body weakened. The blood leaving its form was not simply blood. It was matter forced into the shape of an idea and made temporarily physical. The wounds were real because reality demanded they be real, yet the rage inside the creature kept forcing more of itself through the breach of manifestation. Kaon could feel the contradiction straining against his control. Telemachon was hurting the knight. Telemachon was also giving it more reason to remain. Gaia growled. Kaon answered her without looking down. "I know," Leor heard him. "What? The longer this continues, the harder it will be to put back." The World Eater's eyes remained on the duel. "Then when the purple bastard falls, we kill your monster." "You say that as if it is an ordinary logistical adjustment." "It is. Ammunition first, chain axes after. Sorcery, if you must embarrass us." Kaon glanced at him. "Your confidence would be admirable if it were not pathological." Leor's mouth tightened. "Make your jokes now. When that thing turns, you will be too busy screaming." Telemachon nearly ended the duel before either could say more. The champion allowed the ragged knight to drive him backward until he appeared trapped against a collapsed structural beam. The demon recognized the apparent confinement and committed. Its sword came down in a two-handed strike, powerful enough to split the passage. Telemachon moved at the last instant. He stepped inside the descending arc rather than away from it, letting the blade pass so close that heat scorched the side of his helm. The great sword struck the deck and buried itself deep. The ragged knight had overextended. Telemachon used both hands. His weapon entered the daemon beneath the ribs. He drove forward with the full augmented strength of an Astartes warrior, armor servos whining, power field tearing through infernal muscle. The blade sank to the hilt. The ragged knight froze. For one impossible instant, the passage became silent. Telemachon wrenched the weapon sideways. The wound opened. It was vast. Blackened flesh split from lower ribs toward the abdomen, revealing a cavity filled with organs that had no right to resemble mortal anatomy, and yet did. Hearts and coils and pulsing structures burning within a furnace glow. Several organs contracted around nothing. Others opened like mouths. The smell of hot iron and burned meat flooded the passage. Telemachon tore his weapon free. The demon staggered backward. Lior raised the heavy bolter. He has it. Kaon felt something change. No. Telemachon saw the wound. He saw victory. That was the final mistake. The Ragged Knight's innards erupted. Not metaphorically. The open torso convulsed and expelled a wave of superheated blood, torn viscera, and burning demonic matter directly into Telemachon at arm's reach. The Emperor's child tried to turn away. There was no time. Incandescent fluid struck his breastplate and helm. Armor seals flashed white. One burning organ wrapped across his shoulder and burst beneath its own heat. Demon blood flooded the joints of his warplate, eating through damaged ceramite and cooking flesh beneath. Telemachon screamed. The sound came through his vox, distorted by static. He stumbled backward, clawing at his helm as warning runes overwhelmed his display. His weapon fell from one hand. Skin blistered beneath the armor. The superheated matter entered through the cracks torn earlier in the duel and burned directly against his body. One knee struck the deck. He tried to rise. The muscles answered too slowly. The Ragged Knight remained standing. Its torso was still open. Burning entrails hung from the wound and dragged across the floor, smoking wherever they touched metal. It looked mutilated enough to be dead by any sane standard. It stepped forward. Telemachon raised one weapon. The arm shook. He attempted another attack. The Ragged Knight knocked the blade aside with the back of one clawed hand. Telemachon fell. For several heartbeats, the demon stood over him. Kaon felt the knight's satisfaction through the bond. Telemachon had been worthy enough to hurt it, worthy enough to require thought, worthy enough that destroying him should have been irresistible. The sword rose, then stopped. Telemachon lay helpless beneath it. The Ragged Knight looked down, then turned away. Kaon felt cold enter him despite the heat filling the passage. The demon's burning gaze found him. Gaia reacted before Kaon moved. Her growl became a snarl. Lior's heavy bolter came fully up. Witch! I see it. The Ragged Knight pulled the weapon free from the deck. Its posture had changed. Not much. Enough. All through the duel, Kaon had interpreted the strain against the binding as consequence. The demon's excitement, its anger, the power drawn from challenge. Now he understood that the Ragged Knight had been doing more than fighting Telemachon. It had been testing the chain, every charge, every wound, every surge of rage, every moment in which Kaon had allowed it greater freedom so it could pursue the Emperor's child. The demon had learned the limits of its prison. Telemachon groaned behind it, alive but incapable of rising. The Ragged Knight ignored him. Soul Weaver. The word entered Kaon's mind, dripping with contempt. He reached for the psychic bond. Stand down. The demon moved. There was no roar, no warning. It accelerated with the same speed that had killed 18 legionaries in 12 seconds. Gaia intercepted. She struck the Ragged Knight from the side before it reached Kaon, jaws closing around the damaged flesh behind its knee. The demon twisted and backhanded her away. Gaia hit the wall, claws carving sparks as she tried to arrest the impact. Lior fired. The heavy bolter hammered the passage. Mass-reactive shells struck the Ragged Knight's chest and shoulder, bursting against armor and detonating inside wounds Telemachon had opened. The demon turned slightly under the impacts, but did not stop. Lior kept firing. Move, witch! Kaon moved, not away. He raised both hands and drove his will into the binding. The psychic backlash hit him immediately. Albagenzia filled his sight. Stone, fire, a kneeling man, the descending sword, then Cautarax. Carrick Scorn impaled upon the demon's blade, then his chosen son. 18 dead legionaries, the corpse throne, Telemachon burning on the deck. The ragged knight had become heavy with accumulated slaughter. Every death strengthened the symbolic identity Cain had used to bind it in the first place. That identity was now being turned against him. The demon reached Leor. The World Eater released the heavy bolter and drew his chain axe. The sword struck. Leor did not try to stop it directly. He threw himself aside, the edge carving through his pauldron and opening armor along the shoulder. He rolled, came up close, and buried the chain axe in the ragged knight's thigh. Teeth chewed through burning muscle. The demon kicked him. Leor flew across the passage and struck the deck hard enough to bounce. Two surviving World Eaters charged from behind him. One died instantly, bisected at the waist. The other reached the knight and drove a chain blade into its flank. The demon seized him by the throat and hurled him into the ceiling. Armor broke against metal. He fell bonelessly. Cain tightened the banishment. The ragged knight's outline flickered. For half a heartbeat, the demon became translucent. It roared. The force of the sound shattered the remaining lumen strips. Darkness swallowed the passage, except for helm optics, weapon fire, and the furnace glow leaking from the demon's wounds. Soul Weaver. Cain tasted blood. You return to the card. No, you are bound. Broken things bind nothing, the ragged knight charged. Cain reached into the pact and tore at the same psychic architecture he had used upon Quarterax. Protector, executioner, oath, betrayal. He forced the old memories upward. The demon faltered. Gaia hit it again. This time she went for the sword arm, jaws closing around the wrist, while claws tore at exposed flesh. The ragged knight slammed her into the wall. Once. Twice. Gaia released before the third impact crushed her. Leor rose behind the demon. Blood ran from beneath his damaged shoulder plate. Still alive, he growled. He fired his bolt pistol into the ragged knight's back until the magazine ran dry. The demon turned long enough for Cain to gain another fraction of control. Its left wing dissolved into smoke at the edge. The card began reforming within Cain's gauntleted hand as an outline, leather and symbol, returning piece by piece. The ragged knight saw it. Hatred transformed its face. It abandoned Leor. It came for Cain. The sorcerer backed through the ruined passage while maintaining the banishment. Each step cost concentration. Each heartbeat brought the demon closer. Bolter fire struck it from Kibra's surviving warriors arriving through the far junction. A combi weapon discharged plasma and opened another wound through the knight's shoulder. It ignored them. The target was Cain. Soul Weaver. The sword rose. Cain felt the future fracture into a dozen immediate deaths. In one, the blade removed his head. In another, it split him from shoulder to groin. In another, the demon simply crushed him beneath one hoof before tearing Gaia apart. He forced the card wider. The ragged knight's horns began dissolving into smoke. The creature accelerated. Kibra's warriors fired again. Leor shouted something Cain did not hear. Gaia lunged. The ragged knight broke through all of them. It reached striking distance. The ancient sword came down. The sword descended with enough force to divide Iskandar Cain from shoulder to hip. He saw the death before the blade completed its arc. Saw ceramite opening like brittle shell. Saw both hearts burst beneath black iron. Saw himself reduced to pieces beneath the feet of the thing he had been arrogant enough to bind. There was no strength in him capable of meeting that blow. Saan might have broken. His arms certainly would have. Instead, Cain seized the instant between prediction and impact and pushed against the weapon with his mind. Not the ragged knight. Not even the demon's arm. He touched only the angle of descent, exerting his will upon the smallest change that could preserve his life. The sword shifted less than the breadth of a hand. That was enough. It passed beside his breastplate and struck the deck with a concussion that hurled him from his feet. Ancient plating split open. The impact travelled through the fused hull of his chosen son and cracked structural ribs beneath the passage. Chaon struck the wall hard enough to blacken his vision. The card in his hand burned against his gauntlet. Before he could rise, the ragged knight tore its sword free and came again. Leorvine Ukris fired first. The heavy bolter hammered from his hip, every discharge filling the ruined passage with muzzle flame and propellant smoke. Shells struck the demon's torso in a line, bursting against black armor and detonating within wounds Telemachon had carved through its flesh. Burning meat blew from the ragged knight's ribs. One round penetrated beneath the shoulder and exploded deep enough to make the sword arm twitch. Leor advanced while firing, jaw clenched against the nails, not because he believed himself Chaon's rescuer, but because the alternative was allowing a bound monster to kill the sorcerer and become everyone else's problem. "You die after it," he snarled through the thunder of the weapon. Chaon dragged himself upright. "Your loyalty overwhelms me." "Not loyalty." Leor released the heavy bolter as the ammunition feed ran dry and drew his chain axe. "Annoyance." Valkus Kibre's sons of Horus entered the passage behind him. The Widowmaker did not waste time asking what had gone wrong. The answer was standing before him in scorched armor with a sword tall enough to cut a legionary in half. "Fire," he ordered. Combi bolters spoke together. Plasma flared blue-white through the darkness. One shot struck the ragged knight's exposed abdomen and vaporized enough demon flesh to reveal burning organs behind the wound. Another missed and bored a glowing cavity through the deck. Kibre's warriors advanced beneath their own fire, Terminator plate grinding across debris, because losing Chaon here meant losing more than one sorcerer. The path toward the vengeful spirit had already narrowed to too few warriors, with too few ships and too many enemies. Chaon remained useful. In the eye, usefulness was reason enough to kill for someone. The ragged knight hit them anyway. It crossed the gunfire through smoke and detonations with its wings half dissolved behind it. A son of Horus swung a power fist. The demon took the blow against one pauldron, armor cracking beneath the impact, then answered by driving its sword through the warrior's abdomen. The blade punched through Terminator plate, tore through organs and emerged from the back, trailing red blood that ignited where it touched the deck. The ragged knight lifted him clear of the floor. Kibre fired into the demon's face while his warrior still hung upon the sword. Bolt shells removed flesh from one cheek and shattered part of a horn. The demon flung the impaled legionary aside. His body struck another warrior, and both went down beneath the weight of ruined armor. Leor reached the knight's flank. His chain axe bit into the damaged thigh Telemachon had already opened, teeth screaming as they chewed through charred meat. The World Eater leaned his full weight into the weapon. "Bleed," he growled. The ragged knight looked down. One blackened hand caught Leor by the shoulder and hurled him through a broken bulkhead. Metal folded around his body. He disappeared into the adjoining compartment beneath an avalanche of wreckage. The demon turned back toward Chaon. The sight struck the sorcerer with an echo older than the legions. Black armor advancing through men who could not stop it. Albigensia returned not as a vision, but as recognition. The knight moved through Astartes exactly as ancient mailed killers had moved through the unarmed streets of the city that made it. The scale had changed. The victims now wore ceramite and carried weapons capable of gutting tanks. They fought back with transhuman speed, power fields and mass reactive fire. Yet beneath every difference lived the same psychic shape. A night approached. Those before it resisted. The sword fell. Protection became murder. Authority became butchery. Kaon felt the demon's identity tighten around that repetition. He seized it. Albigensia erupted between them. For the ragged knight, the memory had never become past. Kaon forced it open. Stone walls bowed beneath impacts from primitive siege engines. Miners burned away foundations. A breach opened beneath a dirty Terran dawn. Men entered wearing armor that had once signified obligation. A baker raised empty hands. A sword entered beneath his ribs. Prisoners repeated the prayers demanded of them, and died anyway. A family hammered against a barred door while fire consumed the roof above them. A kneeling man looked up at the mailed figure appointed by custom to defend him, and spoke words the demon could never escape. "You swore." The ragged knight staggered, its sword dipped. Kaon drove deeper. Not battle, betrayal, not victory. Sanctioned murder, not a god's command. Men granting themselves absolution before the killing began. The creature's roar shook the passage. The memory did not weaken it as Kaon intended. The knight seized the agony and transformed it. Burning streets became anger. Pleading voices became contempt. Every betrayed victim became another reason to hate the hand attempting to define it. The demon's form swelled against reality. Black armor became more solid. The ragged remnants hanging from its shoulders caught fire. The sword darkened until it seemed to drink the emergency light around it. "Mine," the ragged knight said. The word came wet and ancient through the air, while meaning struck Kaon directly through the warp. Kaon tasted blood inside his helm. "No, mine. Your origin is your chain." The daemon advanced. "My throne is war." The tarot card burned brighter in Kaon's hand. Leather blackened beneath his fingers. For one impossible instant he felt the prison cease to be necessary. The ragged knight's manifestation no longer seemed dependent upon the aperture Kaon had created. Slaughter aboard the hulk fed it. Rage fed it. The death of Emperor's children, world eaters and sons of Horus alike, had saturated the surrounding decks. The creature had rooted itself into the moment. Kaon saw the consequence with sudden clarity. If the compact failed completely, the ragged knight would remain. Then there would be no command, no target designation, no distinction between 3rd Legion and 16th, between World Eater and Thousand Son, between enemy and temporary ally. Everyone aboard his chosen son would become meat beneath the sword. The ragged knight knew it. Its burning eyes widened. Soul Weaver. There was triumph in the name now. The demon lunged. Gaia intercepted at the exact moment Kaon's concentration faltered. She came from below, a blur of claws and dark fur, and struck the ragged knight's sword arm before the blade could finish rising. Her jaws closed over the damaged wrist, where Cyan had once bitten into it on Quarterax. The demon roared and tried to shake her free. Gaia did not release. She climbed the arm through the violence, claws gouging demon flesh, and bit deeper. The sword turned away from Kaon. That was all she could give him. It was enough. Kaon forced the compact closed. He reached for every anchor at once. Albigensia, the card, the scars from the first binding, the demon's own acceptance of the name Soulweaver, Gaia's presence, the symbolic wound between master and captive. His will struck them together with enough force to rupture vessels behind his eyes. Blood filled his vision. The ragged knight smashed Gaia against the wall. The first impact cracked stone. The second made her jaws loosen. Before the third, Kaon spoke the command. Not aloud. Speech would have been too small. Return. The ragged knight froze. Its body convulsed. The card in Kaon's hand split along one edge and then reformed. No. Return. One wing became smoke. The demon roared. Kibre's warriors opened fire again. They understood nothing of the sorcery, but they understood an enemy faltering. Bolter shells struck its legs and torso. A chain fist entered beneath the ribs and tore upward. The ragged knight caught the son of Horus responsible and crushed his helm between both hands. Ceramite folded. Skull fragments and brain matter burst through the collar seal. Return. The knight's lower body flickered. Lior pulled himself from the wrecked bulkhead behind it, one arm hanging badly where the shoulder had dislocated beneath the impact. He looked at the demon, looked at Kion, then drew his bolt pistol with the other hand. You miserable bastard. He fired until the weapon clicked empty. The ragged knight turned. That saved Kion again. The demon went for Lior. The World Eater threw the empty pistol into its face and charged with his chain axe held one-handed. He had no possibility of winning. He knew it. That did not matter. The axe bit into the demon's side just as the sword came around. Gaia attacked again. She struck the knight from behind the knee. The blade passed over Leor's head instead of through it. Kaon closed both gauntleted hands around the card. Return. The universe seemed to inhale. The ragged knight began coming apart, not fading, tearing. Burning blood lifted from the floor in ropes and became smoke before reaching the demon's body. Fragments of black armor broke away, hung in the air for fractions of a heartbeat, and dissolved into ash. Flesh split along lines of red light. The open torso collapsed inward, as though an unseen fist had seized the creature from within. The ragged knight fought every moment. One claw gouged trenches through deck plating while its legs disappeared beneath it. Its remaining wing beat hard enough to hurl debris down the corridor. The sword stayed solid in both hands. The demon used it as an anchor, driving the blade through the floor and holding on while the rest of its body was dragged toward the impossible depth contained within Kaon's leather-bound card. Soul Weaver! The name shook blood from Kaon's ears. He answered through clenched teeth. Return! The ragged knight's chest disappeared. Its arms remained. Then one arm became smoke. The other still gripped the sword. The face was last. Burning eyes fixed upon Kaon with hatred so pure it crossed the gulf between thought and substance. Albigensia screamed behind them. Cortorax burned behind them. 18 dead Emperor's children lay behind them. Every battle the demon had ever sensed seemed to live inside that gaze. The sword tore free of the deck. For one instant, Kaon believed the creature had won. The arm swung. The blade came toward him. Then the final binding closed. The ragged knight vanished. Its sword remained visible for a fraction longer, moving through empty air without a hand to hold it, still traveling toward Kaon's throat. Then, it too became smoke. Silence followed with brutal suddenness. The corridor was destroyed. Bodies lay everywhere. Emperor's children in purple plate. Sons of Horus in sea green and black. World Eaters in scarred remnants of white and blue. Grey dust spilled from a shattered rubric marine farther back through the passage. Blood-filled drainage channels and cooled where demon heat no longer touched it. One Terminator had died kneeling, torso opened and hands still, locked around the weapon he had tried to raise. Another warrior's severed arm remained clenched around a chain fist. The smell was propellant, burned metal, opened bowels, cooked meat, blood, and failing armor systems. Kaon sank to one knee. The card rested in his palm, unmarked, cool, for the moment. Gaia limped toward him. One side of her body bore the imprint of the wall where the knight had struck her. She sat beside him and stared at the card. Lior approached next. His dislocated shoulder hung visibly beneath broken armor. He looked down at Kion. "That," he said, breathing hard, "was your plan?" "No." "Good. I would hate to think you intended stupidity with that degree of precision." Kion looked at his shoulder. "You require assistance. I require you to stop collecting things that want to kill us. I shall consider it." "No, you will not." Falcus Kibre stepped over one of his dead warriors. His Terminator plate was blackened by fire and marked by fresh impacts. He stared toward the passage where Telemachon lay. The Emperor's Children champion still lived. His armor was scorched and ruptured. Demonic burns had left parts of him motionless, but life signs remained. He had survived the ragged night. Kibre regarded him for several seconds. "Kill him?" Kion rose slowly. "No." Leor looked at him. "Sentiment? Utility." That word again. Unlike sentiment, it has uses. Nobody called the battle a victory. Victory implied gain. They had survived. That was different. The Emperor's Children assault had spent warriors none of the factions involved could easily replace. Kibre had lost sons of a legion already reduced to scavenging its own past. Leor's 15 fangs had bled. Kion's rubricae had been destroyed in numbers that no armory could replenish. The hulk itself groaned around them, compartments venting, power systems failing, and distant fires consuming whatever oxygen remained. Kibre looked toward the dead. Terra did less damage to some companies. Leor wiped blood from his mouth. Terra ended. Kibre turned on him. No, it did not. For once, Leor did not answer. Kion understood. Terra had followed all of them into the eye. Horus's death followed Kibre. The nails followed Leor. Prospero followed Kion. The legions carried their defeats like secondary skeletons beneath their armor. Kibre finally said, "The vengeful spirit remains our objective." Kion looked at him. "After this?" "Especially after this. You have lost warriors. So have you. That is not an argument. It is the only argument the Eye respects." Leor rolled his damaged shoulder until something clicked wetly back into place. "If Ezekiel is alive," he said, "I want to see what sort of bastard hides this long while everyone else bleeds." Kibre's stare sharpened. Leor smiled without humor. "What? You wanted enthusiasm." Kion looked down at the card. The ragged knight was silent. That silence felt less trustworthy than its threats. "We continue," he said. Kibre gave one nod. No oath followed. No declaration of brotherhood. No prophecy announced what their alliance might become. 3 warlords simply stood among the remains of their dead and agreed that survival required another step forward. Later, others would give meaning to such moments. They would speak of banners, brotherhood, vengeance, and a legion black as morning. None of that existed yet. There was only the Eye, the missing, vengeful spirit, the vanished Abaddon, and warriors too stubborn to accept that defeat had already decided what they would become. Beyond reality, the ragged knight fell forever. Banishment was not death. Death belonged to flesh that possessed one shape, one life and one direction through time. The demon returned to the Sea of Souls with every wound intact as rage. Telemachon's blade remained inside its memory. Laor's chain axe remained there. Gaia's teeth, Kaon's commands, the humiliation of the card. Albigensia rose around it. The city burned. It always burned. Primitive walls collapsed beneath thrown stone. Knights entered the breach. Priests promised forgiveness. Swords descended. You swore. The words lived forever. The ragged knight stood beneath the blood-red sky and watched the massacre happen again. Then the horizon broke. Beyond, Albigensia waited wars not yet fought. Starships burned between worlds. Hive cities drowned beneath bombardment. Armored giants strode through fire. Countless guns spoke across 10,000 years. Billions died beneath banners they believed eternal. Demons rose. Empires rotted. Gods laughed. The Ragged Knight felt every future battlefield as a door not yet opened. Its burning eyes narrowed. Somewhere beyond the veil, Chaon carried the card. Somewhere beyond Chaon waited blood. The Ragged Knight lifted its sword and waited for reality to weaken again.